Hello, 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 hello.
Mhm.
Good morning, Pam.
Hey, I have a question. Sorry. I had asked Andrew if I could be early in the agenda. Is it possible to be moved up before you discuss Department of Ed activities?
Yes. Sure. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Of course, we appreciate you.
Hmm. Okay, have fun.
Good morning, Linda. Thanks for being here. Just wanted to do a mic check.
Okay,
Sound great. Thank you.
thank
We'll
you.
start in just a few minutes.
Thank you.
Good morning, Oscar.
Good morning. Just wanted to give you a quick update. I will need to step away at 10 a.m. for a few minutes for an HR meeting, but we'll come back within 30 minutes or so.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so
All right.
much.
No problem.
All right, I think we're ready to go. I'm just going to ask for a mic check and make sure everybody can hear me okay. We're in a different room than we have been. Sounds good. See some thumbs up. Thank you. Welcome to our first quarterly meeting of the Learning Technology Advisory Committee of this membership year. As a reminder, we are bound to the Open Meetings Act protocols for virtual meetings. So all members and to maintain quorum must be visible at all times. Members should be seen clearly, so make sure that your lighting is good. Don't have a strong backlight. Everybody I see up there looks fantastic. And you should only be off camera during our breaks or during our subcommittee work. And with that, I would like to welcome our new members, John Jasperson from Texas A&M University, Sarah Lee from Collin County Community College, welcome back. Ruth Chisholm, Sam Houston State University, welcome back. And returning members, myself and Nikki Whiteside from San Jacinto. And just as an FYI to everyone, new member orientation occurred on Thursday, November 13th. I trust everybody was able to attend. Fantastic. And now I will ask Dr. Main to take our roll so we can proceed with business.
Great, thank you. So I'll just begin with roll call for the recording's purpose. Patrick Push.
Here.
Charlene Stubblefield. Here. Erasmus Day.
Here.
Luke Dowden.
I'm here.
Thank you. Oscar Hernandez.
Present.
Janae Higgins.
Here.
Catherine Howard.
Here.
Janet Camps.
Present.
Sarah Lee.
Here.
Alicia Lloyd.
Here.
Timothy Snyder.
Here.
Nikki Whiteside. Here. Patricia Abrego.
Here.
Ruth Chisholm.
Present.
Scott Dillingham.
Here.
Ashley Dawkins.
Here.
Michelle Giles. Sean Jasperson.
Present.
Pamela Morgan.
Present.
Linda Murphy.
Here.
Wade Redmond.
Here.
Aaron McGough.
Here.
Robin Poston.
Here.
Esmeralda Gonzalez.
Here.
And I'll just note that Dr. Lofters is not present today. Thank you.
All right, so we have a quorum. We will proceed with business. Would like to acknowledge our past members' service to LTAC, which includes Christiana Christofides from Texas Tech University and Robert Green from Lone Star College. And now I would like us to consider and approve the summary notes from our August 8th, 2025 meeting. Of course, new members, you are welcome to abstain from this voting. And the portion of continuing members will be the quorum for that. So if you would take a moment to look over the summary notes, and then I will accept a motion. Or if there are any amendments. Just,
I'm happy to make the motion to approve.
okay, I'm sorry, I couldn't see who said that.
Aaron McGough.
Aaron McGough?
Second
Thank
that
you.
motion.
second.
All right, any discussion? Okay, all in favor, say, or raise your hand. You can, yeah, just keep it up as we count. This is our exercise for the morning.
Mhm.
Switch hands if you want. Looks like it was unanimous except for our newest members, yes. All right, it was unanimous among our returning members. Motion carries to approve summary notes. And now our next item of business is something that we should be doing every 2 years, and that is elections of chair and co-chair. And we've talked about how to do this appropriately. And so at this point, we'll do chair nomination election first, and then co-chair second. And Charlene Stubblefield will conduct the chair election.
Thank you. As we conduct the chair elections, would you like to nominate anyone for the chair of the LTAC committee?
I would like to nominate Patrick Plush to continue as chair for the committee.
Like so.
Thank you. That's one nomination. Anyone else would like to either self-nominate or nominate someone on a committee? Wait, did I see your hand? No, I'm sorry. Okay. Okay. Going once, going twice. If no one else is interested in either self-nominating or nominating someone else, we accept Patrick Plush's nomination for chair. Do we need to vote? At this point, can we go ahead and vote on Patrick Plush's nomination to continue as chair for LTAC? All in favor, please raise your hand, and this is all members, new or old, can vote. Holding your hands up, giving us an opportunity to count. Unanimous. It's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you for conducting that for us. And our next item of business is to elect our co-chair. And currently, Charlene is in that role. And I will open the floor for any nominations for co-chair. You have a question?
Oscar has his hand raised.
Oscar, did you have your hand raised for a question or for still voting?
No, we're still voting, Patrick.
Thank you
But
very
now
much.
that I'm on the call, I'd like to nominate Charlene for the co-chair position, if you're interested.
All right, do you accept?
I accept the nomination.
All right, we have one nomination from the floor. Would anyone else like to self-nominate or nominate another member? All right, seeing none, I call the question. So we'll do a vote. All in favor, please raise your hand. Also unanimous. So our co-chair remains Charlene Stubblefield.
Thank you for your vote of confidence.
I was waiting for somebody to say something smirky. Didn't want to do it. No. All right, and now we're going to adjust our agenda slightly. Cam had asked if she could go earlier in the agenda and for our NC Sarah report. And so we are going to go ahead and go to Cam at this point.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And it's lovely to see your faces. Sometimes I know your name and I don't know your face. So I've been picking out who's who while you've been doing your business. I'm going to give you an update for NC Sarah and Sarah. NC Sarah had a webinar this week on November 17th to provide information on the latest policy revisions or additions, which will be implemented into the policy manual. And if anyone did not have a chance to view that webinar, it can be viewed by accessing the NC Sarah website and clicking on news and events. I'm just going to give you a little summary from that webinar. The general information that Marianne Boki had provided during the webinar. There will be no fee increase for Sarah participation. So you all, if you are Sarah participants, can expect the same fee that you had last year, unless of course your numbers go up and then you fall into a new category. And remember that Texas does not charge a state fee, so we do not collect that part of it. and all the fees go directly to NC Sarah.
Cam, does
And-
it work the other way as well, that if somebody's numbers dropped and they're in the
Yes.
lower band, they would pay the lower rate? Thank you.
Yes, yes. And you can find those fees if you're ever questioning that. I can certainly send them to you, but you can also find those on the NC Sarah website as well. NC Sarah is in the process of doing some strategic planning, so I'm sure you will hear about that over the next few months. Board members and directors were announced. We have 8 new board members. It's a very talented group, and it includes 2 new board members who are directly from institutions. So you all are well represented on the NC Sarah board. And I am honored to be the NC Sarah board vice chair starting January 1st. So I will try to represent you all well in that role. I'm going to very briefly tell you about the new and revised Sarah policy. But if you want more detail, I can always give that to you, or you could go to the webinar slides that actually set forth the red line version of each of these policies. There were a couple language clarifications, which was not probably a very big deal. It clarified language regarding military installations and then made sure that the policy had consistent use of the term Title IV. What you might be more interested in are institutional requirements. The policies cover now when institutions are required to submit teach-out plans to the SPE, that would be me. And SPE is State Portal Entity for anyone that's new and is not aware of that lingo. And also the requirement for institutions to disclose provisional status on their website, including the reason. That's a change. So if you are put on provisional, you will need to put that on your website and list the reason that's given. A few things that SPEs are responsible for. Now SPEs have the ability to evaluate a new institution application to ensure that institution is in compliance with Sarah policy before confirming participation. It was kind of odd that when there was a initial application before, we just had to accept it, and then we could go right back and check to see if you should be put on provisional. So it kind of streamlined that. For complaints, for student complaints, the SPEs in both the home state of the institution and the host state where the student is located will work together to resolve student complaints. We've always done that, but now it's in policy. And a SPE may place an institution on provisional status due to an accreditor's sanction or a show cause order. So that was added to the policies. A couple things regarding financial composite scores, but I am sure you all are not interested in that because it does not apply to public institutions of higher education. It was a big one for privates because since the Department of Education has been slow and is probably going to be slower in publishing composite scores for the private institutions, now a SPE has the option to evaluate the new composite score using a certified independent accountant to calculate that. And also, if it changes and it affects eligibility, then private institutions have to notify the SPE. You probably all received notice that NC Sarah's application will again be revised as of January 1st. So if you are in that time frame of needing to renew your Sarah participation, I can accept the current application up until December 31st. So even if you are going to be applying in like the next couple months into 2026, if you get it in before December 31st, I'll take the current one. If you submit to me the January 1st or later, I do need the new one. And that is on the website already, the NC Sarah website, with a red line version to show you just exactly what the changes are. There's 2 changes. the financial composite score, which I already mentioned, which you don't have to worry about. And then the agreement requires institutions to provide their complaint resolution policy and Sarah's complaint resolution policy to all students taking courses under Sarah. So the policy should be on the institution's website and in the catalog or equivalent publication. And so please note this, if you need some time to update your website and or your catalog or other similar publication. And if you have questions on that, please just send them to me and I will help you work through that. A reminder that during this academic year, I'm also asking every institution to provide either a link or documentation of your catastrophic events policy and disaster recovery procedures. So I thank everyone who has already done that. And if I haven't received it at the time you renew, I will remind you. It's not a big deal. It's not going to hold up your applications at all, but I do want to review them just to get a temperature on what is being given to students, on particularly, will they be able to get their transcripts? Are you ensuring that student records are safe during disasters or catastrophes? And are there any policies that protect the students so that they get what they've paid for? That, how does class continue and such? If you have any questions, please email me. That's the easiest way to get in touch with me. And hopefully you all have my email, but it is kathy.mayert@highered.texas.gov. Are there any questions? All right. I think that's good. I'm available for any questions on Sarah.
Thank you, Cam, for doing an excellent job for our state. And congratulations on being vice chair.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
you taking that
Thank you. I
service role.
appreciate it. All right. Thank you. Goodbye.
Bye-bye. All right, now we'll return to our normal order of business with item 6, which is discussion of Department of Education activities. And for that, I'd like to introduce Dr. Van Davis, Executive Director of WCET. Van, welcome.
Thank you, Patrick. Up until yesterday, I didn't think that there was much that I was going to be able to talk about today. But the Department of Education changed their minds, so we actually have a little bit to go over. If you missed it, the Department of Ed yesterday released 6 interagency agreements with 4 agencies. Basically, what this is doing is it's not closing the Department of Education. Only Congress has the authority to do that. But the department is divesting itself of daily operations in a significant number of areas, including the Office of Post-Secondary Education. So earlier this year, the Department of Ed had entered into an interagency agreement with the Department of Labor and transferred daily operations of the Office of Career, Technical, and Adult Education, including Perkins grants, over to the Department of Labor. As of this week, the Department of Education has also transferred daily operations for the Office of Elementary and Secondary Education, as well as the Office of Post-Secondary Education to Labor. They transferred Indian Education to the Department of Interior. They transferred Foreign Medical Education and Childcare Access means Parents and Schools to the Department of Health and Human Services. And they transferred International Education and Foreign Language Studies to the Department of State. So let me go back to what's happening with the Office of Post-Secondary Education, since that's what's going to impact all of you on this call. A couple of things. First of all, financial aid remains at the Department of Education. That's actually pretty significant. So FAFSA, financial aid, administration of Title IV is going to remain at the Department of Education. Office of Planning, Evaluation, and Policy Development is remaining at the Department of Education, and the Office of Civil Rights is remaining at the Department of Education. So some of the department's key functionalities are remaining at Ed. But otherwise, the Office of Post-Secondary Education is going to labor. And what that means, here are a handful of programs that are going to be administered by labor. This is not an exhaustive list, but TRIO programs, Gear Up, Title III, Higher Ed Emergency Relief Fund, and what may be of interest to folks on this call is FIPSI grants, which are due December 2nd for the newest round of FIPSI proposals, are going to be transferred to labor for administration, and NASIKI. NASIKI is the organization that handles approval of accrediting agencies. Remember, in order for an institution to be eligible for Title IV financial aid, they have to be accredited by a department recognized accreditor. NASIKI is the organization within the department that recognizes and approves accreditors. So interestingly enough, that means that to some extent, accreditation is moving out of daily operations from Ed and moving over to labor. I highlight that because of two things. One is one of the lines of new FIPSI funding has to do with accreditation, has to do with either the creation of new accrediting agencies or institutional change to a different accrediting agency. I highlight that a second reason because of the upcoming negotiated rulemaking, and I'll say something about that here in a minute. But before I get to NEGREG, I want to stop and see if there's any questions about what Education announced earlier this week. Okay, so that brings us to negotiated rulemaking, NEGREG. Everyone's favorite pastime in terms of watching the hearings, or well, maybe not everyone, maybe just policy wonks like me. There are two negotiated rulemakings that came out of OB3. That's the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, the budget bill that was signed on July 4th. The first round of negotiated rulemaking was the RISE committee that stood for Reimagining and Improving Student Education. RISE just recently completed its negotiated rulemaking. Interestingly enough, that happened during the government shutdown. That's a first. Normally, negotiated rulemaking stops during the government shutdown, but this administration labeled that as an essential activity, so they were able to complete negotiated rulemaking despite the government shutdown. That committee reached consensus. You may remember that the way negotiated rulemaking operates is for the department to issue regulations, they have to convene a group of stakeholders to negotiate those regulations. And that stakeholder group has to reach consensus. If they don't reach consensus, and consensus is 100% agreement, if they don't reach consensus, then that means the department can promulgate whatever regulations it wants for public comment. The RISE committee reached consensus. So the department will be putting forward those proposed regulations for public comment sometime soon, although how soon is sort of in question given everything that's happening at the department and that they're still trying to get back on track after the government shutdown. That committee dealt with several things, but probably the most important and that impacts your institutions potentially the most has to do with the definition of a professional student. And that definition is important because one of the changes that went into law under OB3, the budget bill, is a change in student loan limitations for graduate education. If a student is enrolled in a professional education program at the graduate level, then they are eligible to borrow up to $200,000. If they are not enrolled in a professional program and are just enrolled in a good old-fashioned graduate program, they can only borrow up to $100,000. So it's kind of important if your program is considered to be professional education or just a regular graduate education program. So the negotiators reached a consensus. Part of what they needed to do was define what is a professional education program. And there are 11 fields that are qualifying, the department is proposing should qualify as professional education. Those are pharmacy, dentistry, medicine, osteopathic medicine, veterinary medicine, chiropractic medicine, theology, and then there was one field that was added, and that was clinical psychology. So social work, education, aviation, those are not going to be considered professional education. So that may impact some of your institutions. It may impact your student enrollments. It may impact institutional decisions on tuition setting and fee setting. So don't know yet when those regulations are going to come out for public comment. Normally what happens is the department releases proposed regulations for public comment for 30 days. And then much like with the state of Texas, departmental personnel need to respond to each of those public comments before they're published as final. So that was the first negotiated rulemaking committee that came out of OB3. The second one will begin the second week of December, and that's ahead. And that is also going to impact a number of you. That stands for Accountability in Higher Education and Access Through Demand-Driven Workforce Pell. So you remember one of the things that came out of OB3 was the passage of short-term workforce Pell. And it's going to be up to a head to determine the regulations around that. So workforce Pell through OB3 statute is defined as an 8 to 15 week program. It has to be the program has to be accredited. It has to be approved by the state, and it has to be either a high skill, a high wage, or an in-demand field. The credential has to either be recognized as a single credential in that field, or it has to be stackable. So that's kind of an important piece there. And then 70% completion rate within 150% time, 70% job placement rate within 180 days, and it has to fulfill the department's definition of value added. So under OB3, Workforce Pell is supposed to go into effect on July 1st of 2026. I will tell you that there is a disconnect between statute and the department's timeline. It is going to be difficult, not impossible, but it will be difficult for the department to complete negotiated rulemaking, put out regulations for public comment, have the public comment period, and respond to public comment, and then issue emergency regulations all before July 1st. Now, the department has indicated that it plans on meeting that July 1st deadline. The other requirement for workforce Pell programs is that they have to be in existence at least 1 year before they begin receiving workforce Pell. So the department, I say all of this is to say the department is under a very, very tight timeline with workforce Pell and the AHEAD committee. There will be 2 weeks of negotiated rulemaking. The first week will be that second week of December. The second week will be the second week of January. During that first week, the department has indicated they are going to focus on regulations around administering workforce Pell. During that second week, they've indicated that they're going to focus on regulations around determining accountability measures. And that's the second thing that the AHEAD committee is going to be dealing with is accountability. One of the things that came out of OB3 is a new set of programmatic accountability measures for public and private institutions. These are programmatic accountability measures, not institutional level, but programmatic accountability measures. Some folks are calling this Gainful for All. So what those are is that for baccalaureate programs, the median graduate earnings 4 years after completion have to be higher than the median average earnings compared to all high school graduates in the state. So if you are a teacher with a bachelor's degree, your median average earning will have to be higher than the median average earning of high school graduates in the state. For graduate programs, the median graduate earnings 4 years after completion will have to be higher than that compared to all baccalaureate graduates in the state. Not just the graduates in your field, but all baccalaureate graduates in the state. I bring this up because there are two issues here that could be problematic for institutions. And some of this, the department is going to have to try to figure out how it's going to regulate in that second week of negotiated rulemaking. One is, let's use education. A student graduating with a master's of education, their median average earning 4 years after graduation is now going to be compared to the median average earning of all baccalaureate degree holders in the state. That includes engineers, it includes accountants, it includes teachers, it includes all of those baccalaureate degree holders. We all know that engineers are probably getting paid more than teachers. So this may impact some of your programs where the earnings of graduates, the graduates may be in absolutely critical fields like education and nursing, but those, or a master's in social work, for example, but those fields don't necessarily pay well compared to other baccalaureate fields. The second challenge with this is it's compared across the state. I'm going to use California as an example here. We know that the earnings for folks in Silicon Valley are probably significantly higher, even if they just have a bachelor's degree, than the earnings of somebody in Southern California. But that person in Southern California is going to be compared to all of the state, including the fact that the state earnings are probably being inflated by what's happening in Silicon Valley. So there's a disconnect here. Institutions are not being compared to graduate earnings in their region. They're being compared to graduate earnings across the state, which may be higher than the graduate earnings in their region. So I raised those two issues. Those two issues aren't going to go away, but those are issues that I anticipate are going to be hotly debated during that second week of negotiated rulemaking. Here's the stick. If a program, and remember this is program level, not institutional level, if a program fails those accountability tests 2 out of 3 consecutive years, it will lose eligibility for federal Title IV loans for at least 2 years, not Pell, but loans. So the stick is, if your program doesn't meet the requirements 2 out of 3 consecutive years, you're going to lose eligibility for federal loans for that program. Program level, not institution level, program level. One of the other concerns that's being raised is financial value for transparency doesn't go away. Other accountability measures don't go away. They're not the same. There's some overlap, but institutions are going to have multiple measures to report on now. So reporting is going to be more complex for institutions. So just be aware of that and maybe be especially kind to the people in your IR office, because their lives are going to get very stressful when this goes into effect. If you're interested in particularly the accountability piece, Phil Hill on EdTech. Phil Hill has written extensively about this. He goes into the weeds much more than what I just did. He actually does some state level and regional level data analysis to show just how problematic some of these measures are around accountability and earnings. So if you're interested, I would urge you to take a look at Phil's writing because it's probably some of the best analysis of this. And then quickly, the last thing that I wanted to mention is, of course, the Title II Department of Justice regulations around accessibility. The April 2026 deadline is looming. Two things here to make sure that you're aware of. One is that the Department of Justice has indicated that they may be interested in modifying those regulations, but I will tell you, they do not have time to do that before they go into effect. So if you've been hearing rumors that they're going to go away, I wouldn't bank on it, because Justice doesn't have time to modify those regulations before the April 2026 deadline. What they could do, and they might do this, but it's no guarantee, because the Department of Justice has other things on its minds these days. They could delay enactment of the regulations, and they might do that, but there's no guarantee in that. The other thing to be aware of is, so for most of you, the April 2026 deadline is what you need to be paying attention to. For a small number of entities, special government districts, it's an April 2027 deadline. I would talk to your legal counsel if you think that you might fall into that category. It's not exactly clear, and that's going to differ from state to state, who falls into that category. I will tell you my interpretation. I am not a lawyer. Let me reiterate that. I am not a lawyer, despite what my mother wanted. I became a historian instead. So I am not a lawyer. This is not a legal opinion. I don't think any four-year institutions would fall into the special government district category because you don't have taxing authority. You're not a government district. It's possible that some two-year institutions might fall into that category, but probably not all two-year institutions, and probably just a small percentage. So if you have questions about that, you need to work with your legal counsel to see if your entity is considered a special government district or not. If it is, you've got until April 2027. I will tell you that the Department of Justice has recommended that you still try to hit that April 2026 deadline. Because I'm sure as what all of you have realized is it's not easy to meet those deadlines. It's WCAG 2.1 AA standards in mobile and web applications with a very, very small, limited number of exceptions. That means PDF remediation. It also means, and I'm not hearing nearly enough institutions talk about this, and that makes me anxious. It also means descriptive audio requirements for webinar recordings and other videos that you're using in classes. And that descriptive audio piece is difficult, and it's either expensive or time consuming or both, depending upon whether you try to do it in-house or whether you try to use a third-party vendor to do it. I'll stop there. That covers at least the biggest going-ons in Washington, D.C. We're on a continuing budget resolution until the end of January. And then if Congress doesn't reach an agreement, we will be right back where we started with another government shutdown. So be aware that we can breathe a little bit easier, that all of our flights are on time, more or less now. But things may go back to a government shutdown the end of January. And the Department of Ed is slowly coming back up to speed. I say that because myself, Demi Nicolau, who is WICHE's president, and two of my fellow VPs were in DC on October 1st because we were supposed to meet with the Department of Education. And we received a very nice email from the department saying, we'd like to meet with you, but we're shut down and you're not essential. And we did receive another email from the Department of Education late yesterday saying, we'd like to meet with you again now that we're back in business. So the department is slowly coming back up to speed, but I think we should assume that there are still going to be delays with the department between the shutdown, between moving daily operations over to the Department of Labor for the Office of Post-Secondary Affairs. And it's not entirely clear that all furlough staff have gone back to work yet. So it's not clear that all of the furloughed staff have been called back into the office. So there may still be a smaller number of staff working right now as well. So any questions? That was a lot for me to throw at you, but things have been unusually busy the last couple of weeks. Yes, Sean.
The descriptive audio that you mentioned there toward the end, I believe I heard you say that that's a proposed or at least being considered, but I didn't quite catch the date you said that might come into effect.
That descriptive audio is part of the WCAG 2.1 AA standards, so that would be April of 2026 as well.
So, okay, that's just different than what we have been talking about, right? We've been providing captions, but not descriptive audio. So that's what I was just wondering.
Yeah, I would go back and take a look at those WCAG 2.1 AA standards. Because okay. I am reasonably sure, I'm not 100% sure, but I'm reasonably sure that they include descriptive audio. And I say I'm reasonably sure because WCET is a part of WICHE, the Western Interstate Commission for Higher Education. We're one of the 4 regional compacts. SREB is the one that Texas is a member of. But because we are a part of WICHE, we are considered a government agency. Because we are recognized by every state in the West as a government agency, which means that we are also under legal obligation to meet those April 2026 deadlines. And descriptive audio is part of what we're doing. We're doing captioning. We've been doing captioning for a long time, but we're also in the process of doing descriptive audio where it's appropriate and then PDF remediation.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. As always, you can reach out to me directly. I also want to make you aware of a new resource that WCET is put out. It is a policy tracker website. What we're doing is in one place you can see where we are in different types of federal regulatory policies, whether that be court cases, congressional action, Department of Ed regulations, executive orders, and negotiated rulemaking, and dear colleague letters. And the website for that is policytracker.wiche.edu. So policytracker.wiche.edu. And that's available for anyone to use. Yeah.
Thank you for all that information. That's a lot.
Can you put that in the chat, the website?
Sure.
Thank you so much.
No, I can't because I don't have the chat.
We
We don't have chat available as part of the meeting just due to open meeting rules.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that.
I tell you what I will do. I will send the web address to Gwen.
It's great. We could circulate it after the meeting.
Absolutely. Thank you.
So Van, I had a question about the accessibility requirements, and I think Phil Hill did write a piece on the ticking time bomb that is the audio descriptions, which most institutions have not even thought about for compliance at the appropriate level. And the possibility that it's not just, okay, implement it for everything currently in use and going forward, but anything that you are keeping available publicly that may be several years old, archive, et cetera. And this is the enforcement is a Department of Justice responsibility also?
Yes and no. In theory, yes, it is a Department of Justice responsibility. In reality, how justice enforces it is not abundantly clear. I would be much more concerned about private legal action and civil lawsuit. So that's the weird thing about the revised Title II regulations is it's not clear how the enforcement mechanism has not been made clear. So in theory, yes, justice, it would be the responsibility of justice to enforce. What happens if justice finds you not in compliance is not clear in the regulations.
And is this
What
a shift?
danger you do have, though, is being sued in a civil court over accessibility.
Right. And was this formerly a responsibility within Office of Civil Rights, OCR, which remains with DOE?
So this would not be a DOE piece. That would be Section 504. At one time, it looked like the Department of Education was going to release updated 504 regulations that would be parallel to the Title II Department of Justice regulations, but they never got around to that before the change in administrations. And we've not seen any indication yet that education wants to change the Section 504 regs.
And what is the alignment between 504 and 2? If you comply with 2 under Department of Justice, are you meeting 504?
Yes, because if you comply with the new Title II regulations, that's WCAG 2.1 AA standard. I believe 504 is 2.0.
Okay.
So if you comply with the new Title II regulations, you'll be fine with Section 504. Not necessarily the inverse, though. If you're in compliance with 504, that doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to be in compliance with the new Title II DOJ regs. And we have now probably reached the outer limit of my understanding of the accessibility regulations.
Do you think it is, and I'm going to ask this question even though you just said you may not know, is this likely to lead to what we saw, maybe it was 5 years ago, when there were all the nuisance lawsuits because you could find something on on an institution's website that you could sue on. There was one person, I believe, that sued a bunch of institutions across the country. This seems like it makes that possible again with the addition of audio descriptions and the higher level of accessibility standards, that could be an outcome of this, is that we'll see lots of nuisance lawsuits.
There is the possibility that we will see an increase in judicial action. So it is possible that we could see an increase in lawsuits.
Anyone else have questions for Van? All right. Well, we do have Van's contact information, as you know, and we thank you for being here as always to update us and give us the what's what with higher education regulations. So thank you very much for joining us today.
Sure, happy to do so. Y'all have a good afternoon.
You too. All right, our next agenda item is a discussion of AI in higher education. This is something at our last meeting we determined that we needed to have as a standing item, and then we would figure out how to program that. And we'll have 2 conversations as part of this. And Jenny, I see you have joined us. Thank you. Jenny, and is it Holscher?
Right.
From DIR, will give a presentation. Those, the slides for that have been circulated as a link in the email that you also got the agenda on. So look for that. So you can follow along. We can't show the slides actually because of open meetings rules, but please track along. And Nikki Whiteside is also going to lead a discussion as the vice chair of our A2I subcommittee, or co-chair rather. And we have it in the order, Nikki and then Jenny, but Jenny, we will let you go first if you would like. And you're welcome to stay for our second discussion, but wanted to give you that option.
Yeah, that would be great. I appreciate it. I will stick around if time permits. I'd love to hear that, but I'm happy to sort of go through mine first if you all are good with that.
Fantastic. Yes, please.
Okay. All right. Well, I know some of you, or at least a few of you, are part of DIR's AI user group, and maybe some of you have attended one of the AI days that DIR puts on. They're usually over at the Barbara Jordan building. If you're not, certainly you are all welcome to be a part of that. And DIR, you can go to the DIR website and find all sorts of information about the AI offerings that we have. But I know at our last AI day, John Hoffman, who is our Chief Technology Officer, and I gave a kind of a legislative update on all the things that came out of the legislature last session related to AI and DIR's role in implementing those and how they are going to impact our public sector entities, including institutions of higher ed. So I'm going to go ahead and go through that legislative update today. And then I'll have a little more information than we did at the last AI day, because there have been some developments. But then also, if you have questions as I talk through these, please feel free to ask or save them for the end. But we certainly there's a lot going on here. So I'm just going to go through the 4 main bills first that the legislature passed last session. And the first one is House Bill 149. There were 2 different kind of comprehensive AI bills that passed last session. This was the first one. And this was labeled the private sector AI bill. It was Representative Capriglione's bill, but there were some things in it that also will impact the public sector. So it's certainly important that we kind of pay attention to this on all sides. So this is been labeled TRIAGA, I don't know. There's all sorts of ways I've heard it said, but that's the Texas Responsible AI Governance Act. And it starts out by prohibiting certain uses of AI. So you cannot use AI for social scoring. You cannot use it to manipulate human behavior. I think for the most part, they're fairly common sense, but you want to make sure that you all understand what those prohibited uses are and that you are not falling down, into usage of those that would conflict with the law. It also creates a Texas AI Council, and it is composed of members appointed by the governor, the lieutenant governor, and the Speaker of the House. Those members haven't been appointed yet, so we are still waiting for that. That really is more of a private sector focused council, though, and so I expect that will come sometime in the new year. DIR is the administrative agency attached to that council, and they have a lot of kind of guidance and recommendation sort of roles with regard to AI statewide. And so, we'll see more to come on that in the coming months. The bill also allows the Attorney General to bring legal action if there are any prohibited uses of it, if it finds there are any prohibited uses of AI. So certainly, keep that in mind. And then I think from DIR's perspective, it establishes a sandbox The other bill has a sandbox too, so we'll discuss both of the sandboxes. But this one establishes a regulatory sandbox for private entities to test AI systems, and the details of that are still being worked out. This bill actually doesn't go into effect until January 1st, so there's a lot still being developed there. In terms of the impact that it has on public sector entities, it does require state agencies to put forth an AI inventory, and that is going to be part of the Information Resources Deployment Review. So I do think there, in the last session, there was a bill that required an AI inventory. And so a lot of institutions of higher education provided us with their ADS report. We put together a document, shared that with the legislature. This one is now part of the IRDR. And so agencies that are required to fill out the IRDR will have to do that. But any agencies that are exempted from the IRDR will not have to share their AI inventory with us necessarily. So the DIR is kind of working on putting that inventory questionnaire together right now. I think that the other requirement that's important to note out of 149 is that there is a specific provision that requires any entities, state and local governments that are using AI in any sort of public facing way to disclose that use when the public is interacting with AI. It doesn't really give specifics about what that disclosure looks like. So, DIR, in an effort to comply with this, we have a chatbot. So we've just made it very clear in the conversation, when the chatbot pops up, we make it very clear that you are interacting with AI when you are interacting with this chatbot. So that's it's a simple way to make sure that everyone that's interacting with the chatbot understands it's artificial intelligence. So, I think depending on, what sort of AI you are using that interacts with the public, that disclosure may look differently, but we want to make sure that people are aware when they are interacting with AI. And I think that's really kind of all the requirements for public sector around HB 149. Are there any questions before I move on to the next bill?
Was that for public sector?
Sorry. So HB 149 is real. It's the private sector bill, but there are some of these requirements that I'm talking about impact the public sectors, which is why I wanted to discuss it, because even though it's labeled private sector, it dabbles in the public sector too. So
has some implications. And will I don't know if it's going to be a rule, executive order, law, whatever, that the federal administration is pushing to ban states from regulating AI, would that impact this if that were to go through?
It's possible, certainly. I think, particularly this bill sets out some prohibited uses. I don't have any idea what a final version of that executive order would look like if it did come down. I would say this bill, so California and Colorado also both have pretty significant AI regulatory, legislation that is much, I would say, more burdensome than what we have passed. I think that executive order is probably directed more at that, but it would, certainly we'd have to look and see whatever, depending on what that order said, how it might impact this as well. So yeah, lots of analysis forthcoming if we see an executive order on that front, for sure. Yeah.
Great, thanks.
All right, so the next bill, it really is much more impactful to public sector entities. That is Senate Bill 1964, and that was labeled the public sector AI legislation, and there's a whole lot in that bill. I mean, it could have been 4 or 5 different bills. There's lots of AI requirements in that bill. The one we have been working on a lot lately at DIR requires DIR to publish an AI code of ethics and minimum standards for risk management of heightened scrutiny AI. And all of that has to be adopted by rule. So in the November 7th issue of the Texas Register, we published a draft of the rules and the code of ethics. So that is now open for public comment. And the legislature listed out the principles that it wanted us to include in the AI Code of Ethics. If you've done any sort of AI governance, AI, responsible AI training, the concepts will be very familiar to you. Human oversight, data privacy, security, transparency, evaluation, ongoing evaluation of the tools, things like that. So our AI Code of Ethics and the minimum standards are out there for you to review and certainly share comments on. I will emphasize that the minimum standards that are in that rule are limited to the heightened scrutiny AI. And so that phrase is defined in statute. And so I think before entities get concerned, because there are a lot of requirements in the statute that apply to those systems that are labeled heightened scrutiny AI. You have to do impact assessments, risk assessments. There's a lot of requirements that are there, but those apply to the heightened scrutiny AI, which I think based on what we saw in the last inventory that we did from the last session, I don't think there are a lot of AI systems that are going to fall into that category. So keep an eye out for those. Another thing that SB 1964 bill did was establish a Texas AI Systems Advisory Board. And that board, which is a public sector board, has been appointed. The governor announced last week, maybe 2 weeks ago, 8 members that are a part of that board. DIR is also the administrative agency supporting that board. And so we are hoping to get a meeting with those members next month. We'll see if we're able to get everyone together before the end of the year. That's the goal, though. And so that is really a board designed more to provide guidance to public sector entities on the use of AI and to sort of discuss measures that state agencies and institutions of higher ed and local governments should be taking in their adoption and procurement of AI. Yes, you bet.
Yeah, I wanted to see if Sean had a question. He had raised his hand earlier.
I can't see hands, so certainly feel free to.
That's okay.
Yeah. So actually, this is a great time to have it because I think I can relate my previous question to what we're talking about right now. So under the House Bill 149, there's the proposed Texas AI Council. You said it hasn't been appointed yet.
Right.
You mentioned this private sector, et cetera. Is there a possibility that there will be a seat, for example, on that council that's representing higher ed? And similarly on this AI Systems Advisory, and it's not necessarily how we're using AI in higher ed, but how we're preparing people who are graduating and earning and taking our courses to be in the workforce, right, in the private and or public sector.
Right.
So is there a possibility that will occur, or is that kind of outside the scope and radar of what's happening in that space?
That's a great question, and I will share the list. I'll share with Gwen like the appointments that are on that board that have already been made, and I'll have to go back and look. Sean, I should know this, but I don't know whether or not there is a higher ed representative on that public sector board or not. But I'll check and can certainly confirm that. And whether there is or not, I agree. Like there is certainly a need to sort of evaluate this, in this context. And so, we certainly would welcome all of those meetings will be open to the public, just like this one will be operating similarly, I think, and certainly an opportunity to provide input there. But I'll check on that and circle back with Gwen and share information about that. And then with the private sector board, I believe those appointments are all handled by the governor, the lieutenant governor, and the Speaker of the House. And I think they are, if there is an interest in participating, I would certainly reach out to those offices and particularly when it comes to higher ed, I think that, there are a lot of tools that higher ed may use, but also will be, universally used across industries and sectors. And so, having a seat at the table there, I think would be good as well. And so I think if there's interest, certainly reach out to those groups. They are looking for, interested members. And, I think they would, appreciate people, letting them know that, there was interest in participating for sure. So encourage you to do that if you're interested. But those boards, I think, public sector board is kind of off and running, or at least about to run. And the AI Council one is taking a little more time. But the AI Council, since that bill doesn't go into effect until January 1st, I'm not surprised that we haven't seen appointments yet, but I think we'll see them pretty quickly after the first of the year.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you bet. All right. And then let's see. Okay, so we talked about the advisory board. There is also a process for complaints to be made to report AI violations. And it's rather than go through the OAG process for public sector, there's more of a sort of, a process where complaints can be raised with us. We reach out to the agencies and sort of try to resolve those, without having to go through OAG. So there is and that's one of the principles in the Code of Ethics that the legislature directed us to sort of include, was redress. So an opportunity for members of the public or anyone that's using AI that is provided by a public entity to have a method of redress if the AI impacts them in a negative way, right? Makes an inaccurate decision or is unfair. Is there a way to redress that problem? So the bill creates a process for that. It also establishes a public sector AI sandbox that DIR will be putting together. And this really is an opportunity for agencies and institutions of higher ed to use the sandbox environment that will be set up by DIR to test some AI and see if it is something that you would want to use in your environment, would want to develop further. And so we are setting up a DIR AI division, and the sandboxes will be part of that division. We have a director. We actually have some job postings out right now for employees that will be part of that division. And I think you will hear a lot more both from John Hoffman and Tony Sauerhoff, who is the new AI chief here at DIR, about ways that you can utilize those sandboxes if you're interested. And I think I would expect a lot more to come with that after the first of the year, but those divisions are definitely being set up, and I hope that agencies and institutions of higher ed will be able to take advantage of that. And then the bill asks DIR to create some educational programs for AI awareness. So we have an AI literacy course that we are developing right now. The first modules for that should roll out after the first of the year. There's another bill I'm going to talk about at the end that talks about required AI training. This is really in addition to that. So the AI literacy program is going to be, a number of modules that if you took the whole course, you could take individual modules, but if you took the whole course, it would probably be 3 to 4 hours at least, maybe longer. And we're going to constantly be rolling out more modules that talk in depth about specific AI subjects. That is in addition to the required training that was passed through a different bill. So are there any questions on Senate Bill 1964 before I go on? Yes, I see Ruth. Yes.
Yes, hi, thank you. So I'm wondering if the bill makes any provisions for protecting innovation. Already know, like we use a lot of predictive analytics and intelligent tutoring systems. We have AI augmented content development within the LMS. So I see a potential there for a little gray area, and I would really hate to see us as the institutions being blocked from using some of these AI tools, because I haven't read the bill, so I'm just wondering what protections are there for, when we use AI for innovation and efficiency, student success, things of that nature.
I would say, in terms of both of these bills, apart from, House Bill 149 has some very limited prohibited uses. What you're describing there seems very far away from, the prohibited uses. I think apart from that, these bills aren't telling you not to use AI or restricting the use of AI. They're really more establishing guardrails around the use of AI so that we're doing it responsibly. But there is, in both the bill and in the draft AI rules that we have published, they begin by saying we recognize AI is important. We want to encourage the use of AI in our agencies, and it is, a valuable tool that we want to take advantage of. So this is not intended to, quash agencies' use of AI. This is intended to set, reasonable and safe guardrails so that when we are using AI, we are, protecting individuals' content, protecting individuals' personal information, making sure that, the AI is accurate and is evaluated so that it is useful and isn't making decisions or teaching in a way that is actually doing more harm than good, things like that. So I would say, there really isn't, this isn't, I don't think the goal here is to quash the use of AI at all. It's just to set these, guardrails up so that we're responsible in our use of it.
Sure. I guess my concern for, for explicitly stated missing protections is not so much with the policy itself, but it's with the implementation of the policy, because inevitably there's going to be different understanding of the policies across institutions. I've seen this happen repeatedly, throughout our history, and one school takes a very draconian approach to the implementation of a policy. Another institution understands it a little bit differently. And so I think for me, clarity of including protections for innovation, education, research, I often think that that's helpful in assisting, sort of local administrators in implementing the policy in a sort of similar way.
And I would say, to the extent that, certainly this is a very, very much an evolving area of the law and of the regulations. And so, providing that input going forward would be helpful. And if there are specific, protections that you're talking about, certainly I encourage you to pass those along. Because I think that, that I do think there is an intent here to promote innovation. But to the extent that that needs to be made more express, certainly, I would encourage you to share that.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And if you don't mind, I'd like to ask one more question too. And this pertains more, I guess, to the House Bill 149. So it may not be relevant to higher education, but, I can think of most of the vendors that we license through the LMS, and we connect to the LMS itself, whether it's Canvas or Blackboard, vendors like Zoom and just about all the publisher content. Well, they all are leveraging AI features and they don't necessarily disclose them. So do you foresee, where do you foresee responsibility falling there? And do you foresee that we as institutions are going to be required to have like a perpetual banner in the learning management system that says, hey, there may be some AI use here? Just again, clarity around that would be nice.
Yeah, no, that's a great point, because I do think particularly when you start going down like the learning, I mean, every learning tool that we use, even my Duolingo has tons of AI in it right now, right? So I think that is a consideration that is particularly relevant in the education context. And there are that may be a solution, at least not a great solution, but a solution of, yes, this learning tool includes AI. And I do think as we sort of continue to go down this path, all of these regulations and requirements and policies, I mean, they are going to evolve. They're already have evolved, right? And they're going to continue to evolve. And I think really the important thing for us is to constantly evaluate not just the AI, but the policies that are put around AI to make sure that they still make sense and, going forward. So I think, we'll need to definitely continue to do that. But there are some provisions within SB 1964, and this is addressed in the proposed rules as well, about the importance of vendors being transparent with their governmental entities about the AI that they are using in their tools, and making sure that, we're on notice that when there's AI, and also that they are now going to be contractually bound to follow the risk management frameworks that we as a state are required to follow. And so DIR has already started revising our terms and conditions to make sure that any contracts that we have require our vendors to comply with the NIST AI risk management framework and any other regulations that are out there. We'll want to make sure that any other contracts you have that fall outside of the DIR contracts, they do that as well. So
Absolutely, yeah, yeah. Oh, okay, well, thank you so much.
yeah, you bet. Is there another question? Thought I saw a hand, but okay, I don't see a hand, so I'm going to keep going. You guys pipe up if you have another question. All right, so that was 1964. Then House Bill 2818 really is a bill directed at DIR to create a DIR division that will basically help agencies modernize legacy systems using AI. So that bill has some funding attached to it. And the goal there is to use some of these very productive and efficient AI tools to quickly modernize some of our very, very old systems that exist across state government. And again, that division is being stood up now. I do think there will be information that will come out after the first of the year about how agencies can take advantage of that. But, you know, if there are specific ideas that you have in mind that you might want to use, you know, as part of that, I would encourage you to reach out to John Hoffman or Tony Sauerhoff. They are the two that will be kind of managing that, and you know, let them know that you have a use case that might be a great opportunity for that division. So more to come on that. And then the final bill is House Bill 3512. And this one, also by Representative Capriglione, is the required AI training bill. And this one operates very similarly to the required cybersecurity bill that passed, you know, many sessions ago. So for a long time, state employees and local government employees have had to take a mandatory cybersecurity training once a year. Governmental entities establish those training programs and run them individually. But DIR with the cybersecurity training has always offered one free option that you could use to satisfy that requirement. And likewise, this program is going to run very similar to the cybersecurity program that has existed for a long time at DIR. The requirements for that training have to be approved by the Public Sector AI Board. And so our first item on our agenda when that board meets is to discuss and approve these training requirements so that we can get that training session, you know, the training program rolled out and have some certified trainings that entities can use to satisfy this requirement. And along with that, DIR plans to offer a free training on our website, just like we have done for the cybersecurity training as well. That bill requires that the AI training be commensurate in length to whatever your cybersecurity training is. So if you have a 30-minute cyber training that all your employees take, the AI training would be about 30 minutes as well. Some agencies and institutions have a much longer cyber training. So really that is going to be up to the individual institution in terms of the length of time that you devote to that training. But that hopefully those training requirements will be published by the end of the year, and then we'll be able to put together a list of certified trainings early next year that will qualify for this program. Are there any questions on that one? All right. All right, well, those are the four big pieces of legislation that came out last session. If you have any other questions, feel free to ask now, or you're welcome to reach out to me, jenny.holscher@dir.texas.gov. Happy to answer any questions you have. And also, you know, if AI issues pop up in the future, reach out. If I don't know the answer, I'll certainly direct you to someone at DIR who can help.
Thank you, Jenny.
All right, thank you.
Questions from our committee members? This was a great deal of information for me. I didn't know most of these things before seeing your presentation, so I appreciate that very much. I did look at the membership of that AI Public Sector Advisory Committee. It does not include any higher ed. It is primarily CIOs of state agencies like Health and Human Services and so on. But yeah, it would be great if there were representation, I think, at some point, whether
Right.
that from the coordinating board or TEA, whatever.
Yeah, the governor appoints those members. And so, I would say, if there is an interest in participation, certainly reach out to the governor's office about that. Sometimes those memberships roll off quickly or, so yeah, definitely reach out there.
Absolutely. And the training, the required training, that bill became effective or will become effective.
It became effective September 1st.
September 1st. When is compliance enforced?
Well, so that's a great question because the DIR does not have a role in enforcing that. We are going to provide the training, and there isn't really an enforcement mechanism for that in the statute. I know that there are a lot of agencies that would really like to have that training completed by the end of this fiscal year. And so our goal is to make that available so that agencies can do that. But there, we will ask about compliance with this on the next IRDR. So this year's IRDR does not ask whether your agencies have been providing this training. Because of the timing of this, we recognized it is going to be hard to ensure 100% compliance before the end of this year. So we are going to ask for that on the next. And that's just are your employees taking the AI training or not? Check yes or no. And then that information we provide to the legislature. So we don't have an enforcement role, but we will be asking you to certify that, but it will be on the next IRDR. So in 2028.
What is that cycle tied to? Calendar year, fiscal year?
So, that's a great question. I don't believe the statute says in terms of when the training is required. So I know that at DIR, our thinking is that we will try and roll that out at the same time as we do our cybersecurity training. It's not required in statute that you do that, but it makes the most sense, might provide efficiency for your employees to just do it all at once. And so our goal is we roll ours out in May, and then with the goal that you have it done by the end of August. So we do it on a fiscal year, but the statute doesn't say one way or another. It just says annually. So
very good. And you said that the training needs to be commensurate in length with the cybersecurity training that we do. Is it possible institution may shorten their cybersecurity to allow for this and also to make sure that it's not equally long?
Yeah, I think we'll see some of that for sure. I think, and there are some, when you talk about AI, I think there's some security components within AI training for sure. So I'll be interested to kind of see how agencies do this. I think, that's an unusual way to sort of set a timing requirement, because I think, I don't think anyone's going to be evaluating to see if it's it's exactly 32 minutes in cyber, so therefore you have to do 32 minutes of AI. But generally, I think the intent there was, this is important. We don't want you to do a 5-minute AI training. We want it to be similar in length to what you're doing for cyber. But I think there are some agencies out there that do a 2-hour plus cyber training. My guess is they might consider reducing that some. So, and there's not there's not a set time limit. So yeah, I could foresee that.
Very helpful response. Appreciate that. Other questions?
You're welcome.
You may have heard my AI chiming in there. Sorry about that.
I was like, I didn't say you're welcome. Who was that? We have to be careful. All right.
All right. If there are no other questions, we do invite you to stick around for our next segment on AI, but we have been meeting for almost an hour and a half at this point. So I'm going to grant us a 7-minute break. If we can put our slide up, everybody can turn their cameras off, keep your mics muted, and we will be back at 10:33. All right, welcome back, everybody. Give folks a second to turn their cameras back on, make sure we have quorum. Excellent. Looks like most everybody is back. So we will proceed with our next agenda item, which is Nikki Whiteside, the A2I Subcommittee Co-Chair. And again, A2I is for Adapting to Innovation. And she will update us on activities, provide a report on executive summary, and introduce a request for recommendations following the meeting. Is that correct?
Mhm.
Take it away, Nikki.
Okay, good morning. I am very pleased to have been able to work with a great group of people on this Adapting to Innovation Subcommittee that we refer to as A2I. This group was charged with identifying and prioritizing areas where innovation has the greatest potential to support education, higher education in Texas. And as you might imagine, much of our initial work has been around AI, but the scope is broader than that. Our goal has been to look ahead and understand what's emerging, outline opportunities to help institutions adopt AI and other innovations responsibly and effectively. We did this by focusing on environmental scanning and information gathering that let us review and discuss institutional needs across different sectors of higher education. And we had a great deal of support from work that was done by the Project Advisory Group, which was a subset of the A2I subcommittee. And they provided us with resources and support from a statewide AI landscape survey, or landscape study that many of you would have completed, AI Empowered Ed webinar series that has happened over the last year or so, the Faculty Facilitated Learning Network cohorts, and the AI convening that happened earlier this year. And so these were resources that gave us a picture of the challenges and opportunities that all the institutions across the state are seeing with AI, digital learning, quality assurance, and workforce alignment as it relates to innovation. Another key area has been to support the development of an A2I hub that can be that's including an Adapting to Innovation playbook and course that will be coming out in early 2026, a faculty-centered course and student-centered course on Gen AI, and other curated resources. And the Adapting to Innovation playbook addresses not just AI, as I indicated, but also micro-credentials, 3-year degree pathways, and OER. So there'll be a lot of information in there for you to review when that becomes available. Discussions of the committee focused on aligning everything with the coordinating board priorities of student success, affordability, innovation, and workforce readiness. And we had a number of themes that emerged that helped to guide our recommendations. These included how the acceleration of AI continues to outpace existing guidelines. That creates a need for proactive statewide direction. The growing urgency around AI literacy for faculty, staff, and students. We saw there's a strong interest in statewide thought leadership on workforce evolution and the skills employers are going to expect related to this. Institutions are continuing to ask for support with academic integrity in an AI-enabled environment. And across the board, we saw a desire for more opportunities to share best practices and see exemplars from peers. And then finally, it's clear this innovation, as in all innovation, depends very much on change management along with the technology that is driving it. So these findings, from these findings, we created a set of recommendations that will be submitted to the LTAC following this meeting. And these will focus on helping institutions prepare for continued change, encourage ethical and responsible implementation of innovation, deepen alignment with workforce needs, and building a sustainable statewide ecosystem that supports ongoing innovation. So this will, as I mentioned, will formally be submitted for the title, The Recommended Actions for Future Work and Planning after this meeting. And then we are specifically recommending next steps that request guidance from LTAC on several items like future governance and the structure of this work, priority areas the committee would like us to concentrate on, and the sequencing of statewide efforts on as AI adoption continues to evolve. And we ask that these be added as an agenda item for the next LTAC meeting to discuss the summary and recommendations at that time. That's it for the report.
Right, great. Anyone have questions for Nikki?
I think I heard her say she's going to be sending us the report that she just summarized.
That's correct.
Right, it'll be submitted to the LTAC and then it will be distributed to the larger group.
Can we submit that, like as a follow-up to this meeting as opposed to waiting to send it with the agenda for the next meeting? That way people have an opportunity to look at it sooner. And do we anticipate any type of opportunities to provide feedback or discussion in between now and that next meeting?
I think we could certainly make that a possibility. We can make that
Yeah, I
an
think-
option there. That would be great to get that early to be able to look at it.
Okay, if we can include that as part of the invitation with circulating that to provide any feedback on it in the interim period. And then certainly we will add it to the agenda for our next LTAC meeting, which is in February. All right, any other questions?
Does Luke have his hand raised?
I have one, Patrick.
And then,
And Ruth as well.
and then Ruth.
Ruth was first.
Ruth?
Thank you. I want to know, you mentioned something about environmental scans, and I know that a lot of us participated in putting those together. And so I'm just curious if the report will show the results of those environmental scans for other institutions, or if that is something that will be maybe published in a different location.
I don't think that's included in the report at this time. We haven't added that in there, have we, Quinn? That you've seen? I don't believe that's in there at this time, so we'll have to look and see how we can make that available to the larger group. Thank you for that suggestion.
Good suggestion. Luke?
There was also some work done on an open ed course on AI. And as our colleague from DIR was speaking and talking about additional training, there just may be an opportunity to partner with Digital Learning and DIR if there's interest from DIR. There's a significant amount of work done, Jenny, and thank you for staying on for the call, and thank you for the update. It just occurred to me, there may be a lot of knowledge that can be shared, and we can use one platform. You got the Digital Learning open platform, and I know at some point, Dr. Morrell hopefully will release that course that I know, Patrick, you were one of the team. You had one of the teams that supplied content to that, along with our colleagues at Austin, and there were two others. And so, yes. Sanjak. And so anyway, I just wanted to make that recommendation for consideration that if you're producing content, Jenny, we've got a group that is doing that or has done that, may be a great way. And there's already a wonderful platform through Digital Learning. So just a consideration for us and bringing some visibility and possible future partnerships.
Definitely. I appreciate that, Luke. And I'll also mention with regard to that House Bill 3512 training, there will be an opportunity for any local governments, institutions of higher ed, state agencies that develop their own training to have their own training certified and make that either available just for their entity or more broadly. And so, we would welcome that because I think, this is a new requirement. We don't want it to cost a lot for agencies. So and to the extent that there are people that want to partner, please reach out to me because I'm not sure I'm going to be the person that is managing that long term, but I'm definitely doing a lot of it right now. So reach out and we can put our heads together.
That's a great suggestion, Luke. And though the training that was developed focuses on the teaching and learning aspects of higher education practice, there are some parts that are general, there are parts that deal specifically with ethical use of AI. And it is an open educational resource on OER Texas, so it's available there to review, and would like to suggest that any materials that DIR develops that they would like to put out there publicly could also be placed in OER Texas as a repository to share widely. That's okay.
Definitely.
I mean, it doesn't have to be preserved
Absolutely.
to.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. And Jenny, I'd love to, as a follow-up to Luke's comment, just circle back with you offline just to share the work that our division has done that relates to the work that you're doing.
That would be great. I'll look forward to that. So.
Thank you.
Thanks.
It's all about making these connections. Thank you.
Patrick, I just had one other part to my comment. Ruth made a comment earlier about procurement. Ruth, I just wanted to share with you, we updated our vendor security forms with the recommendations from EDUCAUSE. So EDUCAUSE had some recommendations about specific items related to AI. And I've been spending a lot of time with our security folks, which is why I knew about Jenny's presentation, because I know they're watching very closely for the feedback from DIR on next steps. But one of the things that we've had a conversation about is, what do you do with systems that are multi-year, right, in which AI becomes a part of the system, and it wouldn't necessarily trigger an initial review, which many of us do. What are we going to do with intermittent reviews? And so that is an issue that we're paying very close attention to. I think we have a strategy in place. I'm not at a place where I can share a finished product, but you raised an issue that I just wanted to acknowledge that I thought it has a lot of foresight, is what do we do with systems in which AI enters the system, but it does not go through our traditional procurement, approval, vendor security process. And I think there's a lot of that. And I'm saying that while Jenny's on the call, because Jenny, I think that needs to be acknowledged. I think certainly recommendations on that specific situation, which I think will occur as much as procurement of new tools or has already. And so again, really wanted to acknowledge Ruth's comment, because I think it is a here to stay issue. It's not like something that's here for a little while. So anyway, I just wanted to make that comment while I had time, Patrick. Thank you very much.
Of course, and to clarify, you're talking about existing systems which you might be renewing, and there not being an obvious checkpoint to see how they have integrated AI and what kind of safeguards they have in place.
Or it just shows up. I mean, we're seeing it in this is beyond teaching and learning. We see it in student success platforms, where one day this is the platform you've been using, and the next day AI is present. It's there. They have deployed it. It is not, and so you can see in that scenario, it doesn't go through any of our checks. And I'm talking not just our institutions, right? I have an assessment that this is happening all over the place. I see Ashley has her hand up.
Yes, Ashley?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think part of the problem is there's no regulation requiring companies to even notify us necessarily of that change. Usually when we get notified, it's because they're trying to sell us on the fact that they've added this. Otherwise, we don't necessarily get notified at all. So we may have just went through compliance checks, reviews, got everything set up, implemented the program, and then 2 weeks later, they've added all these things that really didn't get reviewed, weren't part of the process, but they're not necessarily told to tell us, and they're really only telling us if they're trying to sell us on the next, and they've already got us. So, I think there's going to have to eventually be some policy and guidance on how those have to be announced and maybe re-reviewed.
And I just want to make the final point, Patrick. It's not because of a lack of due diligence and a focus on compliance with state law, Jenny, that these things are things that when we can find them, we will have a way to address them. But to Ashley's points, I just want to raise that this will not be from a lack of due diligence from our institutions or a desire to not comply. It will just be the nature of what we're experiencing. So I just wanted to raise that while you were here for a group of institutions that I think are probably experiencing that.
We're experiencing it too. You're not alone.
And Jenny, what we'd like to see, of course, is that this doesn't become a gotcha environment, because we are trying to innovate and do the right thing. We need guidelines and procedures, and that comes through these types of discussions. So we appreciate your openness to hearing from us and sharing how you're experiencing it as well.
More questions?
Yes. Yeah, Sean.
Patrick, I was just going to follow up. Some brief examples would be recent examples. You know, it was integrated with Grammarly. It's popping up in Students Word through Microsoft Copilot. It's even now going to be implemented into our LMSs, and there isn't a turn off button.
Right. Sean?
Yeah, my observation is similar. For example, right, we all have the requirement that cloud providers have to have TextRamp approval, but this is, I think, a significant risk that's not part of the current TextRamp review. So just kind of adding to, here's kind of a potential gotcha that all these agencies and rules need to get aligned to come together to help us be better at, ideally better at protecting what our students are receiving and interacting with in their educational process.
And I would say along those lines, one of the areas we work with closely that does a lot of updates, but they are not necessarily directly procured through institutions, are publishers for textbooks for students. And then those come back and integrate to the LMS. And, oftentimes that slips through the cracks because we don't know exactly what they're doing or how fast they're updating. So that's another area that we're going to really need to consider how we can look at that and monitor that.
And that often doesn't go through like a central procurement. It goes through faculty adoption of a textbook, and then students are buying that access to textbook, and it has AI in it. Wow. Yes, Janet.
Just a quick comment that this seems similar to when VPAT was, we were needing VPATs for accessibility purposes. And I know I'm very, I've worked with accessibility for a few decades now. And I know that's not that doesn't cover everything, not even close, but something like that. And maybe other states have these kinds of things already in play. I don't know if there are, we have colleagues from other states that might be able to help us with this. But I also know some advocacy with at least some of the bigger publishing houses and other types of software solutions that would include AI. It would be nice if we could get a kind of through the states, kind of a raise the awareness. Hey, we need something like this, like the VPAT for accessibility. We have something similar for AI, and then each of the institutions, of course, would have their own interpretations of what that looks like on their own campuses and their own institutions. So, just comment there.
Thank you, Janet.
So that prompted another thought, right? My experience is these tools that are popping in AI are not accessible. So if you will, back to this kind of gotcha moment, there's yet another place where we've had accessibility reviews for a system that's in place, and then suddenly a new feature is added that's not part of that review, not only from AI security standpoint, but also from a digital accessibility standpoint.
And Luke, I think you may have coined a new term, invasive AI tech. And I think in a few years, maybe sooner, we'll be living in a ubiquitous AI environment where virtually any computing technology that we're using is going to have an AI component to it. And so what we hope is when that arrives, that it will have been formed out of ethical considerations and privacy concerns and accessibility requirements. And so it seems like it, and as much as we're worried about being maybe even hyper vigilant about how it is being deployed now, I think we need to consider that it's not going the other direction. It's going to be everything eventually. And so what mechanisms do we have to make sure that we are aware of it and that it meets our expectations in terms of accessibility and privacy and security and all the ethical considerations? And I wondered if, that's much of the goal of TextRamp is to make sure that we are not playing fast and loose with student data. And that purchases are accessible, if it might just become a component of TextRamp, and who would consider that?
I think that's a really great suggestion. And right, I realize we may not necessarily be the body to make those suggestions, but hopefully perhaps Jenny is in a position where she can have some influence or at least report back that type of idea.
I think that those are conversations that are sort of happening, starting to happen at least. So definitely, if there are specific suggestions, though, certainly pass those on, and I will do the same.
Good conversation here. Other comments or questions? All right, hearing none. Thank you, Nikki, for that report. Thank everyone for a lively discussion, and look forward to seeing that full report that you provided the executive summary on, and a way to provide feedback in anticipation of a full discussion at our February meeting. Thank you. All right, we had a request to move someone up in the agenda. And so John Wyatt, if you are available, our Director of Governmental Relations, to provide us an update, we would be happy for you to do that now.
Happy to do so. Good morning. Again, my name is John Wyatt. I'm Senior Director for Government Relations here at the Coordinating Board. So I'm going to present just a little update on what's happening down at the legislature these days. And the answer for right now is not a whole lot. You may be aware that we're currently in the interim between legislative sessions. So in Texas, our legislature meets in what's called their regular session for 5 months of every odd numbered year. So they have adjourned their regular session from earlier this year, and they will not meet again until January of 2027. So we're kind of between sessions, barring a special session called by the governor. So that does not mean that nothing's happening. There are a couple of things I want to make sure are on y'all's radar. So earlier this fall, the Lieutenant Governor and the Speaker appointed a couple of select committees in their respective chambers, specifically select committees on civil discourse and freedom of speech in higher education. So a select committee differs from their standard committees in that it's appointed to look into a specific issue, and it also has an expiration date. So these committees will exist between now and the start of the next regular session in 2027. So these committees were created in the wake of the Charlie Kirk assassination, and they were charged to look into specific items, to look into the encouragement of civil discourse and freedom of speech on campus, including the protection of such speech from undue administrative censorship, the implementation of SB 37, which was a bill that was passed in the regular session earlier this year, particularly as it relates to civil discourse and freedom of speech, as well as identifying measures to provide proper security and ensure the public safety at gatherings on our campuses. So, as I said, there was a House and a Senate. Each chamber appointed a committee, but those committees are meeting jointly. So they're meeting as a single committee. And they had their first meeting last week. So on, I believe it was Thursday of last week, they did have a meeting to hear testimony. Our Commissioner Rosser, was invited to testify. And he provided information specific to SB 37, some requirements that we had in that bill in regards to a review of the General Education Court that was included in SB 37, as well as standing up the Office of the Ombudsman, which was created for higher education, which was created by that bill. So we provided that testimony. There were other witnesses there. The University of Texas had their general counsel there to testify. And so a lot of conversation about kind of what is the proper role of the administration in ensuring free speech and civil discourse while ensuring that students are able to do so in a safe environment. We do anticipate that committee is going to meet again after the new year at some point. And then they will, the members will decide if and what recommendations they want to make coming out of those hearings. So, but in addition to that select committee, what we will also have is either later this year or early next year, the Senate and the House will release what are called interim charges. So interim charges are directions to the regular standing committees about topics that they want the Lieutenant Governor and the Speaker want to be looked at in advance of the next session. So typically there'll be anywhere between 4 or 5 to more than 15, 16 interim charges to each committee. So the higher education committees will have these lists of charges. They will hold hearings to take testimony on those charges. It can be expected that our commissioner is likely to be called to testify. And they will collect information, testimony, perspective on those issues. Again, to decide, do we want to make a recommendation to the legislature for next session? So they will issue a report at the end of their work with any findings and any recommendations to be considered by the legislature. So we don't know what those charges will be yet. As I said, they're usually around the start of the year is when those come out. But we do anticipate there will be hearings and discussion throughout the summer and early fall regarding those interim charges. And then one other item I'll just make you all aware of. So at the coordinating board, after each session, we prepare a document that is the summary of higher education legislation from that session. So this is all of the bills that were ultimately adopted and signed into law that significantly impact higher education in some way, either our agency directly, your institutions, or somehow has a significant impact. That document is now available online. So it's on our website under the Government Relations tab. And I think it's a really handy resource. If you have any questions about legislation that you've heard was enacted, you want a little more information on it, it's got extensive information on the budget and what was included in the Appropriations Act in terms of funds for institutions, for agencies, etc. So I just want to make sure y'all are aware that resource is out there and available to you. And that's just a quick update on where things stand with the legislature. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, John. Any questions from our committee members? I have a straight question, John, while others think about what they might want to ask. I know that when legislation is proposed, there are impact statements that are a part of that. And if they regard higher ed, then oftentimes coordinating board is involved in preparing those impact statements. I wonder if post-implementation of legislation, there's any review to see if the actual impact aligned with what was in an impact statement.
I'm not aware of anything specifically that's required in terms of aligning any sort of and when you say impact statement, I'm assuming that's like the fiscal impact that we're required to provide. And then the Legislative Budget Board actually issues the fiscal note on the bill. That is their prediction of these are the costs associated with this bill. I'm not aware that LBB does any sort of post-implementation analysis to see did we get it right. But I can check on that. That would be the LBB's responsibility because they are the agency that takes, what we estimate, what institutions estimate, and turn that into a single document of estimated costs. But it's an interesting question.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I just kind of wondered how often it is that it comes up that the impact was expected to be lower than what it actually is, or the other way around. You know, and if
And
that-
it certainly has. Again, I'm not sure if there's like a standardized process for reviewing that though.
Sean, can you restate where it is on the website, your information? Yeah.
So I think if to navigate to it, I think you go to About Us.
Okay.
And then under that should be a Government Relations and Legal.
Okay.
And then there's an overview, and that'll take you to it.
I saw that it's just sitting on the legal part. Thank you.
Very cool, helpful resource. Appreciate that.
Yeah, I like to brag on it. It was a lot of work to, to get that thing ready.
We'll make sure you get some page hits. How about that? No, we appreciate your efforts and your reporting to us and joining us for these meetings. Any
Always
other
happy
questions from our committee members?
Would y'all mind sharing that with the other information you're going to share about AI?
Of course.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Have a whole resource list coming out. All right. If there are no other questions, John, thank you so much as always for being here with us. And we're meeting again in February. Hope that you can join us again and let us know of any work of those select committees or new committees that are appointed with interim charges as the new year begins. So thank you so much.
Always happy to. I appreciate it.
Thanks, John. You have a nice weekend.
You too.
Thanks. All right, we are jumping around a bit in our agenda here, but want to accommodate our guests so that they don't have to hang around longer than they might need to. So Dr. Tina Marie Jackson, Assistant Commissioner of Workforce Education, welcome back. Thank you for joining us again. I would like for you to provide us an update.
Yes, thanks for having me, colleagues. So nice to see all of you all. Wanted to first say how I've actually really enjoyed listening in today to the meeting. Lots of very important conversations. So I was happy to be here with you all for the first hour and a half or so. So really nice to see all of you virtually. I'm going to talk about 3 different areas of work within the Workforce Education Division that we are excited about. The first one is the Texas Opportunity High School Diploma Program. This is a great program that is really centered around helping adult learners to get their high school diplomas and also to get credentials of value in the career and technical education realm. And so we have 5 institutions currently working on those goals. Alamo Colleges, Dallas College, Del Mar College, El Paso Community College, and San Jacinto College are working a lot, doing a whole lot of great work to make sure that our students will receive this information. They are also recruiting, coming up with great marketing plans. They have also begun with implementation of instructional curriculum. And so we're excited about that because we've provided funds for that. And we've also started a Opportunity High School Diploma Advisory Committee. They held their first meeting November 12th. So not too long ago, and it was a really good turnout. There are lots of people engaged in this work. And one of the things that's really been nice is we also have state agency representation on that particular advisory board. We have 7 individuals from institutions, and then we have someone representing TWC, TEA, and it was really important for us to do it in that way. I wanted to also share with you all about the TRUE program, Texas Reskilling and Upskilling Education. We have a Pathways Design and Planning grant that we have been implementing, and it's been going great. We were meeting with some of our colleagues to plan an event that will happen on December 11th, focused in on professional development for the individuals who have won grants in that area. And those institutions are El Paso Community College. They will have a pharmacy technician program. Lamar Institute of Technology has a gas measurement and instrumentation program. Navarro College has a industrial maintenance technician program. Odessa College is providing an advanced manufacturing program. Panola College has a construction management program. Southwest Texas College has a nursing program that was awarded funds. And last but not least, our colleagues at Texas State Technical College will be working on artificial intelligence, something that we talked about today. So really excited to hear that conversation that was had earlier. And then lastly, but definitely not least, we also are launching a program of study advisory committee colleagues. And this work will take place really starting in the spring of 2026. And this is all about making sure that we're able to implement career and technical education program of study structures and policies for level 1 certificates, which consist of 15 to 42 semester credit hours. And so this is something we're extremely excited about because it'll also help us to work closely with TEA and align what we're doing so that our students who are dual credit students also benefit. So as part of this work, we will of course continue to focus in on high demand fields. We will continue to focus in on the importance of career and technical education coursework and the expansion of post-secondary credentials of value. And always thinking about how to connect colleagues from that K-12 pathway to the 2 to 4 year pathway. So this is something that we are focused in on. The membership of this advisory committee will consist of representatives from secondary education, post-secondary education. We will also have industry partners. We will also, in this particular makeup, have state agency representation from the Texas Workforce Commission, from TEA, and also the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation. So really excited to have these individuals involved in the work. And so more to come on that as we get into the new year. Thank you so much for the great work you're doing. I really actually benefited from listening in today and want to just send warm regards out to my colleagues who are there on site. Thank you so much for this great opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Jackson. Was there an acronym with that third initiative, the Program of Study Advisory Committee?
We don't have one as of yet.
Okay. I really like TRUE. I think that one is clever. I like that.
Yes. You know how the world of higher education and acronyms. So we'll see if we have one, maybe in the spring.
Maybe, consult ChatGPT, use our AI, it'll give you 5 different options. And you can pick the best one and claim it as your own.
Great point.
So, well, fantastic. Any questions about any of those 3 initiatives or anything else that Dr. Jackson might be able to answer for us? Yes, okay. Sarah and then Luke.
Yes, just a quick question. Did you mention the timeline for that Program of Study Advisory Committee?
So we're going to start that up in the spring. Most likely it will be around April. That's kind of like the hard deadline. We're working now. I'm going to just say that's like, if we're not able to do things prior to April, that's the hard deadline for that work to begin.
Okay. And have the advisory committee members been established, or are you working on that?
We're in the process.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Sorry, my computer's moving slow, so the remove mute button is a little delayed. Hi, Dr. Jackson. Do you know when the results of the current TRUE competition are going to be released for the 25-27 cycle? Do you have any information on that?
I'm believing that it's supposed to be December.
Right.
So we're getting close.
Right. Thank you.
No problem.
Other questions? So I have one if nobody else does. I'm wondering for the Program of Study Advisory Committee, where you're looking at the level 1 certificates and policy and planning, what kind of data sources are you bringing to bear? I know you have representation from Texas Workforce Commission, but I'm wondering in terms of the labor market demand, how you quantify that and make sure that translates into the pathways you're creating.
Yes, so we are, great question. We are utilizing the high demand list that we have that focuses in on what our demands are regionally, colleagues, and then also statewide. And we are in the process of working with, of course, TWC to make sure that we look at their data as well. And then our colleague, Melissa Humphreys at the coordinating board is also a part of that work to make sure that if there's other areas that we need to add to the list, we do so.
So where does that highest demand list come from?
We have internally a group that worked on developing that based off of the data that it's a part of the data group's work. And I'm not sure if you have access to that, but I'm sure that we can get you access to that particular link.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions before we let Dr. Jackson go? All right, I don't see any, but thank you so much for sharing with us and being here. We look forward to having you again. If you can join us at our February meeting, you should have some updates by then. I know there's stuff happening in December and the beginning of the year, and we would look forward to learn about those.
Sounds great. You guys have a great Thanksgiving holiday and look forward to seeing you all in the new year. Take care, everybody.
Thank you, and you as well. Sorry, we jumped around a bit on the agenda here, so I have to see exactly where we are. I think we are at number 8, and we didn't skip any, right? Nope. All right. And number 8 is a discussion of institutional plans for distance education, IPDE review, and Dr. Gwen Main will lead that in Dr. Lochner's absence today. He couldn't be here, so as mentioned earlier, Gwen will lead that for us.
Sure. So good morning. Just a quick update on our review work. First, I just want to recognize the members of the subcommittee that are on operations who have taken on both the work of reviewing institutional plans for distance education and also coming up with the work processes and order of operations for a sustaining review process. So Pam Morgan, Linda Murphy, Kat Howard, Erasmus Aday, Ashley Dawkins, Charlene Stubblefield, all led by Dr. Luke Dowden. So thank you for the work that you're doing. There is quite a bit of work that happens outside of this meeting, both independently in their own reviews, but also in a collaborative meeting to discuss individual reviews, to come together for final decisions that ultimately come to this committee for recommendation. It's very thoughtful, time-consuming work. If there is ever a testament of feedback being a gift, this would be it. Where we are in the review process, and as a reminder, especially for those new to the Learning Technology Advisory Committee, institutional plans for distance education had some rule changes that went into effect in December of 2023 that asked institutions who are providing distance education programs to submit more on a recurring basis once every 10 years and also within 1 year of reaffirmation. The form that institutions are asked to complete is essentially tied directly to our principles of good practice, which is also advisory committee work, outcomes of this committee, where the 10 items that are not already addressed as part of SAC-COC reaffirmation process rise to the top to become part of the 10 questions that institutions offering distance education programs are asked to provide a narrative response to, and also any resources or documentation that help exemplify the narrative responses in the IPDE. Right now, it's a very manual process. We are actively working with team members inside of our agency to come up with a much more automated process for our review committees to go through. Right now, the operations committee, subcommittee members are entirely the review committee, but I think the vision down the road is to extend opportunities for colleagues outside of the advisory committee to also help with review process. Obviously, we want to make sure we're inviting colleagues into a process that's been well vetted and tested, and we're getting really close. So in this past June review cycle, we had 5 institutions that were due. One was asked to resubmit, and our review committee doesn't know this, but we've now received that resubmission. So I'll follow up with the operations subcommittee to work through that review of that 5th institution. The 4 others did go through that review process that I described. So individual review, submission of feedback, and then a collaborative meeting. As an update for what we have on the look ahead, we have 2 institutions that are due, that we're expecting to receive in the December timeframe, and we expect to use those submissions as our piloting opportunity for that more automated process that we're developing in-house. Then in June of next year, we're expecting 7 institutions, and then 3 more in December of 2026. I think I'll stop there because the next agenda item really just kind of wraps up the entire IPDE review process at this point.
Okay, very good. So the next agenda item has to do with recommendations to IPDE approvals, and Dr. Luke Dowden has that recommendation.
Dr. Morrell, my notes say we just have 1 that we're ready to recommend at this time, right? The others are still working on their revisions.
I concur. Yeah. We are working with the other institutions for clarifying information. And as soon as we have that received, we'll forward on to the review committee.
Yeah, so Patrick, the operations subcommittee is recommending approval with no changes of the IPD submitted by College of the Mainland.
Okay, and the way this works, since this is coming as a recommendation from a committee, it does not require a second. We do have an opportunity to discuss it if there are any questions about it, but there's no expectation there would be a presentation on the findings, etc. So at this point, I will ask for a vote. All in favor of approving the recommendation, please raise their hands or hand. It is unanimous. Thank you very much for bringing that forward, Luke, and for overseeing that process. And I'm wondering, with the workload that's anticipated for next year, with 7 in the summer, 3 more in December, what do you think ideally would be the time to consider expanding the committee so that the work doesn't become overwhelming for those who are agreed to serve in this capacity?
Well, with the first pick in the LTAC operations subcommittee draft, we're selecting Sarah Lee from Collin College. So she will get her first pick jersey when we and then when we meet again, we'll have our other draft picks. So in round 2, but we're just, we started the draft today, and no, all jokes aside, we asked Sarah even before we knew that she was coming back on LTAC if she would be our first non-LTAC committee member, because in our procedure we have the provision for that, and she had said yes. So Sarah, hopefully that hasn't changed. We really want you to come be part of our committee. Anyone else, we would appreciate it. We've been averaging about 4 reviews per submission, so we've got a large enough group now. And then because of the work Dr. Morrell's done, we've really streamlined the discussion, because we basically focus on the areas where there's not consensus. So there's some gains there, but we could certainly use a couple more reviewers. So I'm joking, not joking. We really, Sarah was on our group last time. We'd like to have her back, and then anyone else that's really interested. It is streamlined. I will tell you that. We've gone through some painful points, but we will make good use of your time, and we try to respect your time as well. Ashley, I see you have your hand up. You're one of our.
Yeah, I just wanted to echo what you said about Gwen. She has done so much to help make this process so much easier than it than it was when it began. So, she was thanking us, but really, we definitely want to thank you, Gwen, because it was significantly better.
My pleasure.
And Luke, so it sounds like an invitation. If there are others interested, they can let you know. And others that you might want to consider or may already have on a list would be some of our recent members who rolled off, but still have expressed an interest in participating. So that would be both Robert Green and Christiana Christofides. So yeah, you've got some lots of good options in front of you, I think.
Yes, definitely. We welcome everyone, and we're going to need to transition a new chair in for that group in 2026. So I need to become a member again, and so that there's an opportunity for leadership ahead. But we're not going to leave you. We're going to get through these December reviews and the re-review of items that we've asked for and the existing ones. And so again, please come join us. We won't have a meeting today, but please come join us. We definitely will need an interim meeting before our next LTAC meeting, that's for sure. And we'll work to schedule that like we always do.
Thank you, Luke. Any questions from the committee?
So as a new person here, could you give just a little more information about how often you're meeting and kind of volume of commitment that we're considering?
There's at least 1 to 2 meetings in between the LTAC meetings. There's some work on your own. So depending on the quality of submission, you could spend anywhere from 30 minutes to, Kat, what do you think, 90? It's a pretty broad range depending on the quality of submission from the institution, Sean, on reviewing the IPDE. But Gwen streamlined it where you just put the information in, it all gets aggregated into a spreadsheet that we then look at together. Our review of each of them as a group, we've got it down to 30 minutes or less. Sometimes it's much less. So when we're making those final recommendations, like the one you received today, we're at 30 minutes or less because of Gwen's work on the back end, where we can just easily look at all of our feedback together. So I hope that helps.
And it's rolling, or do all the IPDEs come in at one time?
It's rolling.
Then it's done, and then it doesn't happen again for another year.
No, it's rolling. Like you heard, Gwen, we got 2 coming in December. We have 7 in June. We have 2 more next December. Like it's rolling. It's just it's actually made the workload manageable. But the more reviewers we have, we can lessen that time, right? So more committee members, more reviewers, we can parse out that work.
Thank you. Ruth?
Yeah, I just have some general questions, I think, maybe outside of the committee work, Luke, if you don't mind. So what mechanisms have been adopted to notify institutions of these IPD obligations?
Yeah, so we work closely with THECB staff. Staff has obligation to notify people that their IPDEs are due. The trigger for that is their SACS approval, their formal SACS approval, or their accreditor, whoever that may be. And then when we make a recommendation for remediation, staff takes care of those communications. So all official communications come from THECB staff and not directly from committee members. And we've had that process in place since we started. And Ruth, you were here before. I know we served on the committee together. We've adopted a lot of the things that worked really well for the doctoral review committee, which is the doctoral reviews are no longer in our purview. So, but the things they were doing well, we've continued.
Wonderful. And how did you how was it determined who the designated institutional point of contact is going to be? Is it like one single person? Like, does the notification go to the provost, or how is that list curated? Who are they?
Dr. Morrell, do you mind to address that? I think I understand, but you probably have the better answer.
It does, Ruth, the letter is addressed to the provost, but we also copy the accreditation and digital learning liaisons.
Gotcha. Okay. And are you seeing a pattern yet, Gwen? I know it's still, in its early stages, but are you seeing a pattern as to who actually owns institutional responsibility for the report?
for submitting the IPDE. Is that your question?
Yes.
It falls on a broad range of people. We can only assume that a provost receives it or a chief academic officer and then assigns it to someone that's got expertise in digital, distance, or online learning. And that's typically, we're seeing a broad range of people who submit it. Pam was a submitter.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Ruth, we went through the first year and the team that worked on it was myself representing online learning, and our SACS liaison was active in it, and then also working with the provost.
Makes sense. Yeah. Thank you. Okay.
Great questions. Any other questions? All right, thank you, Luke, and thank your committee. And Sarah, thank you for considering the invitation. And our next item is also related to IPDE. And Janet, I believe you have that one. It's a discussion of IPDE exemplary submissions. Is that correct?
IPDE, say again, I garbled a little bit.
Exemplary submissions.
Yes, exemplary submissions. In our last subcommittee meeting, we had some discussion, but because there's so many newness to the coordinating board staff, we've kind of gone along since then. And so with regard to exemplars, it's been a case of let's see how things evolve. The IPDE group, Luke Dowden, Luke, you guys are doing awesome work, and as this is evolving, loop us in as needed.
Yeah, we'll do that. We're happy to do that, Janet.
Okay, because what we have right now, we've got some exemplars, but because of all the things that are evolving, the landscape was shifting a bit, and so we're like, let's kind of see how this is going to look, and then we'll see if we want to change our exemplars that we've come up with so far, our examples, I should say, that we have so far. But now that we have several submissions and work has been streamlined, I think we have now we're in a better spot to see what's really needed, what we really need that will meet the needs of institutions who are going through these reviews.
Yeah, and a few meetings ago, I briefed Janet and Robert. We know Robert's rolled off, but we've been really focused on process improvement, Patrick. I mean, that's Dr. Morrell knows that. There's been a lot of work on process improvement.
So are there any specific recommendations for the committee to consider voting on? Yes.
I have one item just to offer as a point of consideration. To close the loop, once the review committee makes a recommendation and the full advisory committee votes on that, the communication back to the institution is in the form of a letter to notify them of their status. So one point of consideration, I think, is if exemplar is something to call out in those letters, that would make it so that there are two templates, or not. But it's come up in discussion internally as we're considering how to draft the closing letter, and if exemplar is something that, institutions you all think would be of benefit, or if we should keep to a simpler letter that would be one template that just simply notifies an institution that they have been approved and we move on.
Who's the signator of those letters? Is it
The commissioner?
Mm-hmm. So the options would be everybody gets the same, you have been approved, or you have been approved and your materials are exemplar and will be used to demonstrate.
Also a good
others.
question. If you are designated an exemplar, what does that actually mean? And what does that mean for the materials that you have provided? Can they be turned into example?
Yeah, can they be shared publicly for
Right.
other, or at least to the audience of institutions who could use them to improve their submissions?
Yes, in fairness to Janet's team and our team, the submissions are so different, Patrick. I mean, it's really hard to draw on an exemplar that then could go across multiple institution types. The other side of it is it's nice to see the tapestry of institutions that are serving our citizens in Texas. I mean, that we really get to see, right, a nice range of institutions. But at this point, it's been hard, with one exception, to identify an exemplar. And the exemplar really had to do with how the institution submitted their review as much as the content that was in it.
But that could be cited more generically, perhaps, showing the format and the types of data perhaps that were provided, as opposed to providing in full what that submission was. Is that possible? So put it in the guidance for an institution, deriving what it was that you liked about it without perhaps actually sharing the submission itself.
Well, conversely, where we landed was we needed to provide guidance about answering the question that was asked, and that got us into inspecting some of the questions. So we're actually ended up in a different domain in that discussion. I think Dr. Burrell would agree about. We need you to answer the question and to provide evidence related to that question. And that caused us to interrogate and improve some of the questions on the form. So we ended up down that road, Patrick, rather than what you were recommending, just because of the pattern that we were seeing across submissions. Ashley, is that right? I see you shaking your head. That's
Yeah, I think that's what we had decided the last time, that we just were looking for how could we provide the institutions clarity on perhaps either options of what they could put in or greater clarity on what they needed to submit. I think we could do what you're talking about, Patrick. I think it would just take some time. Like we could have sort of a question with here's a different sample of successful responses kind of thing. But I think it would take a bit of time to do because they are so unique and separate and different in the types of materials and things that they're doing at their institutions that still meet the requirements. They're just, very unique based on what that institution's direction is with online learning. But I do think it's possible, and I don't think we can really take their submissions and throw them into AI, but I think if we could have sort of some bulleted list points of those things that have worked, you could have AI draft sort of a sample response based on different things that we could put out there, maybe.
That is a good idea. I see two hands. I see Janet and Sarah. I had a quick question for Luke or the committee members. Is there any evidence that institutions have used AI in preparing their IPDEs?
I couldn't answer that with certainty because we're so deep into, did they answer the question, is there evidence? I mean, we're really interrogating the responses, and I mean that in the most positive way, right? We're doing our due diligence and then checking each other. But I couldn't tell. Ashley's our most experienced kind of AI expert.
Well, and what I would say to that is, I don't know that it's a terrible thing if they do, as long as the answer still represents what they've actually done. I think sometimes we get, and I'm not suggesting that's what we're doing here, but I think sometimes we get caught up in policing whether AI is being used and we forget what the intention is. So to me, I'm not really concerned about that so long as their final answer represents what they're actually doing and they can provide evidence of it. I imagine some people would be. I mean, it's just it's a streamlining thing. And when you're talking about reporting, if I could take a bulleted list and say, here's what we've done, here's what I have evidence of, write a response to this. I mean, I could see individuals doing that. So long as they're vetting it. And that may be something we want to talk about, whether we want to add just sort of in the instructions if you're using AI, making sure that the final information is representing what you've actually done and that there is sufficient evidence to support your answer.
Excellent. Yeah, and I'm sorry that question seemed a little sharply worded,
No.
unintentionally, but I would sort of expect that you would use it to craft, if you're at all savvy with using AI, help you explore the process. And yeah, so maybe that's even something to consider in the future, is some guidance on how they could use AI proactively, as long as it is meeting those expectations that you just outlined, you know. So yeah, so now other people's questions, Janet, then Sarah, then Sean.
I just wanted to reiterate or back up what Luke had said regarding other institutions, and the idea of mentioning exemplars for specific institutions in their letter that they receive. I think it's important to be positive, and maybe there may be some generalized innovation or something, you know, words like that could be used rather than specific notations. Because if we think of SAC-COC, I mean, they have an entire organization that reviews this, and we're trying to do this on I'm not even sure there's a shoestring there, but certainly there's some amazing individuals that are just essentially volunteering to do this, and I think that could come into consideration as well, until we get a big budget for it, that is.
So hold your breath, I think, is the answer there. Sarah?
Yeah, I just have a couple comments from the conversation over the last few minutes. As you're thinking about recognizing people, one possibility is to think about all the different ways that the co-board already has to recognize different folks. So for instance, using inviting people to come speak at things like the Digital Learning Summit. That could be a place where that's a way that we're essentially recognizing that they went through this process and, there was something about their application that really stood out. So I don't know if you all have already discussed that, but that's just something that I was thinking as I was listening to this. And also just as this evolves and as the work of the operations subcommittee interacts and intersects with some of these other subcommittees that I know Janet has been on in the past, the examples of evidence that are provided on the form, as it evolves and as you're seeing really good things, that's a way for us to continue to iterate the examples that are provided by looking at some of the good things coming in. So again, I having been off this committee for a year, I don't know how much these conversations have been happening, but those are just some things that I'm thinking about as I'm listening. And then I apologize, but I did want to go back in the conversation to the previous agenda item. Ruth asked a question about notification. And for my institution, we're coming up on this, so we're already prepping for it. And it is a really great opportunity for institutions to have conversations that are, cross-functional, that are all the way across the institution, all of the ways that these principles hit with distance learning. It's so important to be able to have time for those conversations. So again, kind of stepping back into this, I don't know what the timeline for those notifications look like, but I just want to encourage the committee to think about how can we make sure that institutions know with plenty of time so that they can really have good conversations and they can really bring in a lot of people across the institution. The way that we're approaching it is very similar to how we approach our reaffirmation process with SAC-COC. So developing writing teams, kind of appointing people to the different sections. Ruth, that's how we approached it. And coming, right off of that reaffirmation, I think people were already in that mindset. And so they were able to kind of adopt that practice, I think, pretty easily. So it made a lot of sense. So that's something that I'm seeing at my institution, and I just wanted to share.
That's very valuable. Thank you so much.
So to follow up on that, right now the notifications go out after the reaffirmation is granted in December or January, and then again in June, July. Is that right? Or we know who they are in advance, that they're on a list. Could we roll that back and give them a longer runway? I think is what Sarah was suggesting. For those that don't know, oh, when Saks is done, you're not done. Here's this other process, so they can kind of maybe even start earlier on that as they're wrapping up Saks, so that they are ready to go. And
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I think we've learned many years ago when this rule was first going into effect, I think we were under the impression that the Saks meeting was only in December. We have now learned that it's the 2 meetings, depending on the type of institution. And so after the June and December Saks meetings occur, then that helps us know who went through the process, where they stand, and also to send the letter on.
but is there a barrier to us notifying them before they've received the reaffirmation? We know that they're scheduled to have that determination.
Right.
But
Yes.
like, would 6 months help, Sarah, or what do you think is the timeframe of
I think 6 months or a year, even in advance of when that reaffirmation is going to happen, would be helpful. But again, I know you guys have probably been talking about this, and I don't want to step into things that have already been decided. I just want to mention that it is really helpful for an institution to have plenty of time to work on this.
They have a year though. Remember, the law allows like notification, and then you have a year to submit. So there's that's built in already, not something we decided.
Yeah. Yeah. Did the institutions that were reaffirmed in June, have they already received notification?
Yeah, those that we recommended, we passed through in the August meeting. So yeah, we're into the December group will be our 3rd cycle, if you will.
Okay, Sean?
So my observation is back to the question of should we do some exemplar or not? I also recognize I'm new to this committee. And while I'm aware that our institution has an IPDE and have heard conversations about it, I'm not extremely knowledgeable about how we did it, and et cetera. But I think to that question of exemplary recognition comes back to, is kind of the general purpose of an IPDE to go check every institution of higher education has one in place? Or is it we want to have them in place and we want to be encouraging every institution to be looking for ways to improve what they're doing? I think that's fundamentally comes back to helping us decide whether we should recognize someone as exemplary. And then the next thing is, well, okay, so if I'm exemplary, what does that mean? I like what Sarah suggested. They're invited to do presentations in some format so that there is, okay, you're recognized, but it's not just a letter that comes to the provost office and gets filed. There's actually some action that comes out of that. And then on the other part of the question that I don't know is, are there IPDEs that are not approved? So then it's good to have some examples that we can say, hey, you weren't approved. Here's some things that this exemplary program did that maybe you can compare to see how you can get your program approved. And then lastly, I think there are some institutions, in particular when you get to the larger 4-year tier 1 research schools that might say, oh, we're proprietary. We want to protect our intellectual property. So even if we're recognized as exemplary, we don't want everybody to, I realize, yes, they're public information, but we don't want to be, hey, here is what we're doing so that someone can quote unquote copy what we're doing to become like us.
Thank you for those comments, Sean. And I would add, is there some stigma attached with not being exemplary? Like, yeah, you got approved, but you're not exemplary. And so we're creating some differentiation there that may be used in context that we never intended. So,
Yeah.
Yes,
Oh,
please.
I was just gonna add, I would think that that's part of the reason I would say if we could do general, right? Like, if there's a way for us to say like question 1, here's examples of good answers, and maybe it's very generalized, rather than pointing out a specific institution that might take care of that kind of concern. To your question about what kind of the purpose is whether people have plans or not. I mean, in theory, we hope everybody has strategic plans at their institutions for digital learning and online learning just naturally. But I think because this is something that maybe kind of got put to a side for a while and brought back up, I'm sure that a lot of this right now is being treated very much like an accreditation report, rather than necessarily being something that's pre-planned at every institution. They're looking into their own existing practices. And if I'm speaking out of turn, Luke or anybody else, please say so. But I feel like a lot of it right now is people are now looking at those newer, updated best practices that are out there and saying, do we fit into this? And then reporting how they fit into this, rather than having something that's very specifically laid out as their IPDE. However, I guess if they're not due and it's not due for approval, could they have one that's out there that's unapproved? I mean, yeah, I would think so. Luke, would you agree with that?
Well, just context and history. This came about because IPDEs are required, but they had never been required to have an update, right? So there are some IPDEs that have been around for 30 years that had never required an update. So the decision was made and rule was passed that updates will be required, and it's triggered when you get your SACS accreditation. And most of that's 10 years. And then you're given a year to submit after that. And so just having that context. And what I would say is if your recognition is of a concern to you, right? And I have no value judgment on this, then join the committee, participate in some of the reviews, and you'll start to see the comments that we've made, like, oh, there's a tapestry of institutions. There's lots of different ways that things are addressed. There's a question, for example, about what's your plan to grow? Well, some people did not plan to grow, and they had a plan that said, we are not growing. We're doing this. And we're going to do systemness. That literally was one. Well, that was an acceptable answer. So I would just say, get involved in the process. We do need help. To your point about there are multiple cycles of this, there are some cycles that overlap because we have to review the items we asked for from the 3 that you didn't receive today, right? So to your question, Sean, about are there people told no? Our goal is to get to yes. That's been the mode of the group. So on the form we say remediation required, not like you failed, right? So we are giving people a chance to remediate, and we're actively talking about the type of helpful feedback that'll help them be successful if a remediation is requested. So there's a lot happening in that subcommittee and in that process, which really makes this question about exemplars difficult. It's not that it's not necessary, it's difficult. And then again, like, I just want you to know, we're focused on process improvements, the experience of institutions. We spent a lot of time talking about, Sarah, to your point, like, what is the institution experiencing when we communicate with them, from first notification to status of their submission. So I don't want you to leave with the impression that there's a lot of conversations that we don't have time or space to present here that are occurring. And the institutional experience in the process is being considered.
Well, and to support what Luke said, if you're on the committee, exemplar may mean the institution that answered the questions the most concisely, directly, and the easiest to find the information in their supporting documents, because many of them are so conflated and buried in paragraphs and paragraphs and pages of information they just linked to the form. We might all define that a different way. I think the committee has done an excellent job. We've found the mistakes that we've made. We found mistakes in the instrument. We've tried to correct them. The coordinating board staff has been amazing. And to second Luke's comment, anyone interested in this, or maybe yours is going to be coming up in the next couple of years, get involved in the committee, because reviewing these is the best practice that I can recommend.
Thank you, Pam. And Esmeralda, I see you have your hand up.
Yes, I have a quick question. The IPDE plan, is that, how long is this plan, if submitted, how long this plan is good for? And does the institution receive any like guidance or support in compiling this plan?
So it's a 10-year cycle based on SAC's reaffirmation. If you were to migrate to another accrediting body, which is possible now in Texas, then it would be whatever their cycle is, maybe 7 years. But here right now, everybody's SAC COC accredited, and that is a 10-year cycle. And then the second part of your question was about assistance that institutions may get in completing the document. And I believe in addition to the form, there is a guide outlining what the expectations are for answering the questions. Is that correct, Luke?
I don't know that. The questions are pretty straightforward, and what we focused our energy on is making sure they're accurate, and there's some Gwen, help me, is it like examples, or there's some prompts within that? But
yeah, there are a long list of examples of documents that might be submitted as evidence to support the question you're being asked. Also, the coordinating board staff are available throughout the process to answer questions by the submitting institution.
I'll put a link into our follow-up, our post-meeting follow-up email that takes you to the IPDE section on the agency website. Not only is the form there, there's also a worksheet that institutions can download to see the form in its entirety, kind of as a place to work before submitting in the tool itself. We have not yet posted a video that we created about what an IPD is and how to submit and compile the information for it. So there's an informational video that's coming as well. Because it's also derived from the principles of good practice, there's also a mapping tool that ties the principles of good practice back to different quality types of measures and rubrics to describe what those individual principles of good practice are, and how it translates into how the IPDE was formed itself. So all that to say, there are the principles of good practice and IPDE sections on the agency website that I think, if anything, is a really good starting point for institutions seeking assistance in compiling the team that would complete the form, and other resources about the form itself. So I'll include both of those links in an email to follow the meeting.
Thank you. And this is certainly is happening, at least informally, with Pam on the committee and also having gone through the process. But I'm wondering if it would make any sense to do a formal postmortem with institutions after we've given them their outcome, to say, what did you struggle with? What could have been asked differently? Where did you go for help? What kind of help would you like? And it can be voluntary, of course, but just something to provide an opportunity for continuous improvement based on those who are going through this in this earliest stages of it. We're in our third round now, right? Just to get some feedback on how hard was this? How could we make it better and still reach the outcomes, all through the lens of how do we make sure that an institution is really planning and preparing to serve digital learners best.
I think also that with having Linda and Pam, who went through it the first go round, we were able to do that kind of organically. So it would be interesting to do the same with people who aren't on the committee, who don't have the connection with us, to just kind of, not saying we would do it every time, but something like that at this phase to see we want to know what they feel, what they're thinking as they're going through the process. But we learned so much from Linda and Pam. Just, they were a wealth of information. They weren't involved when they were reviewing their own, but when we were all reviewing others together, they would, tell how they felt and what they thought about a question. And I thought it was just extremely valuable.
And just as a reminder, the operations subcommittee was handed a process to implement, right? So, and I'm reminding us all of that because you may want to put this, to Charlene's point, it may be a good use of Janet's committee's time to then do that work that Patrick is suggesting, because there is plenty of work just to do the review by the operations subcommittee. And so just like we put together the original process, if you want to deconstruct it or evaluate it, let that happen outside of the committee that's doing the work. Because the work, it is a lot of work. I know I gave you minutes earlier, but it's still a commitment of time.
And I think that makes sense that it is a QA function, right? You are assessing that how this works is how we intended to work. It's not overly laborious. They can find the resources they need to complete it. So Janet, I will put that in your court to consider. I will make a recommendation on your behalf, but just wanted to put that suggestion out there. Ruth?
Yeah, so I guess I'm very interested in this question that Esmeralda raised. And in a minute, Esmeralda, I would love to ask you, what kind of support will you envision as needing? So it sounds like the committee has already done a tremendous amount of work in setting up points of contact and linking out information about this process on the website. They created a template for the submission. So to me, these are all, like things of support, but I could also see in the future, maybe having some regional or statewide workshops, or having some peer collaboration or a pre-submission review, as additional forms of support. But I'm just curious, Esmeralda, what, from your perspective, what would you envision could be helpful in that process?
For me, the way I was just approaching the question was because we are in the Lower Rio Grande Valley, we do have a very diverse community, and we have a lot of people that come from international positions, and they need to be acquainted with our programs that are established by our institution. So perhaps they, being new members to our institution, they might need some more of a direction in that sense. But also the programs, when they compile the programs for the plan, I think that in order to grow, they will probably need some feedback or some something that can support their decisions and compiling all the necessary work that's needed for approval, and for it to be part of of the exemplary group that promotes their plans. So and from the standpoint of just making sure that people that join the institution are able to easily navigate if they fall into that time frame where it's necessary to do an IPD.
Gotcha. That makes sense. And I want to just reiterate that what I'm seeing after, like Sarah Lee, after being gone for a couple of years from the LTAC, is that there has been a tremendous amount of work that's gone into this process. And, that is not lost on me at all. So when I envision future things, I don't mean to overwhelm or to say that things have been overlooked. It's more of an excitement to say, I think I want to be involved in maybe creating some additional support mechanisms for institutions that, whether it's simple checklists, or like I said, whether it's regional workshops, or much to Sarah's point earlier, presentations at the Digital Learning Summit, just opportunities for us to collaborate as peers, or maybe even create a community of practice. So I say all of that, to say it seems exciting to me, and it is something that I could certainly loop back around to you to get more involved in.
And or Janet, because there is that relationship between the operations that established the methods that we're using and the guidelines that then Luke is implementing. So want to make sure we spread that around equally. So I think we've surfaced a lot of great ideas for consideration, and we do have left our work group time, which includes operations and QA. So I think instead of fielding any type of recommendations from the whole body, we might turn this over to our two work groups that deal with this, let them discuss it with their smaller groups, and then if there are any recommendations, come back to the full body with those. Any objections to proceeding like that?
Patrick, I just have to go, like I'm called to another activity at the institution, so I just won't be there with our subcommittee, but we're very focused on the reviews. I would say that, and we're open to any process improvements. And I would just ask that quality assurance topics we direct to Janet and support topics because the slate is very full, as Gwen noted, for us to complete the reviews that are in front of us.
Absolutely. And do you have a co-chair right now, Luke?
We do not. Well, I say that. I don't think so since we lost our colleague from UT Tyler. I think that's still on our agenda to elect a co-chair.
Is there someone, since you're not going to be able to lead that work group, is there someone that is interested?
Charlene normally joins us and more than capable to lead if she doesn't mind.
Yeah,
Okay.
no problem.
Excellent.
Thank you, Charlene.
All right. So we'll proceed with breaking into our work groups, and we'll take a brief break in between for people to get lunch and then find their way to the group. But first, we need to make sure everybody knows what their committee assignments are. For those of you who are continuing members, you should know which group you were with. For those that are new, you may know the structure and be interested in a particular one, but we need to make sure that we get you added to that group. So the three groups are quality assurance, research, and operations.
I can list who I show.
Yeah.
If that's helpful.
Why don't you do that? And then we will let Sean and Sarah and Ruth choose, or if they have any questions about the responsibilities of each.
Absolutely.
So here's who we have.
So I'm just going to read off a list of who I think is associated with each of the subcommittees. As I read off earlier, for operations, Luke Dowden, Pam Morgan, Linda Murphy, Catherine Howard, Erasmus Aday, Ashley Dawkins, Charlene Stubblefield. For quality assurance, Janet Camps is the chair, Scott Dillingham, Esmeralda Gonzalez, Janae Higgins, Patricia Brago, Wade Redman, Michelle Giles. And for research, Aaron McGough and Timothy Snyder as co-chairs, Patrick Plush, Alicia Lloyd, Oscar Hernandez, Robin Poston, and Nikki Whiteside. That's just who I have noted from previous meetings. That is not meant to be prescriptive, so I just want to put that out there.
And in terms of numbers, how many are on each?
And right now it's evenly balanced with technically one, if we're just dividing by three, one open slot per committee, but also not absolutely rigid.
Yeah, so if two of you are interested in the same committee, that would be okay too. So Sean and Sarah and Ruth, do each of you have an idea of which group you would like to join?
Yeah, I'm happy to go back in the operations subcommittee.
Okay. Ruth?
That's also the one I was leaning into. I think I was part of that before, but if this becomes, an issue of meeting quorum, then I can go to another one.
No, I think that's fine. Sean?
So Luke did such a great job pitching earlier that he needed people. I was like, sure, I can sign me up. But if everybody wants to go there, right, I'm new. I really don't have much experience in any of the other places. I'm willing to help wherever as I learn the ropes of what's going on.
Okay, just to keep it a little bit balanced, maybe QA then, which would be Janet's group.
Sounds great. That's fine.
Which is quite a bit of IPDE work, just from a different perspective. So
And I think it would be helpful there for you coming into this new to be able to ask those maybe naive questions or first timer questions that once you've been in it a while, you just forget are there and that folks being exposed to it might have. So with that, I think the breakout rooms will be set up by name of group. So just join the appropriate one. And it's 12:09 now. We'll take a 5-minute break for people to grab lunch, and some of us have to move to different spaces to participate from this room. And then I think 30 minutes today for work groups. Sure. We'll have 30 minutes for work groups from 12:15 to 12:45, when we will all reconvene back in the main virtual meeting room. Any questions? All right, we're going to put the slide up now for the stream, and go ahead and join your work group, and then you can take a 5-minute break.
Dr. Morel? Dr. Morel?
Hi, Esmeralda.
Yes, I just wanted to relay the message from Alicia Lloyd, I believe. She said she needed to break. The campus is being closed, so she had to leave the meeting, and she wanted me to relay the message to you.
Goodness. Okay, thank you so much.
Thanks, you're welcome.
Dr. Morel, are you going to put us in the groups?
You should be able to pick your group from the list.
I don't.
Can you maybe?
Okay, so Erasmus.
He's operations.
I'm operations, yeah.
Okay. Thank you. And don't forget.
And I'm so new, I've forgotten which subgroup I'm in. Robin Poston, would anyone know?
No, structurally last time I talked.
Okay, Robin, I'm taking a look for you.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Go silent again.
Done anything in 37 years.
We will be returning in just a moment. Thank you for your patience.
All right, welcome back, everybody. You would go ahead and turn your cameras back on so we can establish we still have quorum, be in compliance with open meeting rules. Excellent. All right, so our next item is related to our work groups, of course, to have report outs and consider any recommendations from each of the work groups. And we'll go in the order they're listed here on the agenda and start with quality assurance. Janet?
Thank you. We had some great discussion in our group, and we took some of the suggestions. We did talk about some of the suggestions that came from general discussion from the committee. Among them, checklists and examples or exemplars, checklists. But we are coming back to the issue of what is it that's really needed for institutions to create quality submissions such that Luke's group, the reviewers, are able to see fairly quickly what kind of submission they have. So Wade and I are going to request a meeting with Luke and Charlene or whoever may be the second person as co-chair to get more knowledge about the new process. Whereas the form is the form, but the process, there may be some implications for quality assurance and what's needed. So if there is a continuum of quality accepted, how do we, our questioning now is how do we create examples for that or exemplars? And going back to the rubric idea, that was Pat's idea. Thank you, Pat. So we're also glad that coordinating board staff are working on getting document sharing space that will be available to external groups. That's very exciting for us because there's a lot of document sharing back and forth. So looking forward to that. So I would say now that we are on a more stable, we know what's before us. We still have the examples that the last round of quality assurance work group members came up with, and I'll be sharing that with my group. But also, we'll see how those stack up against what Luke's group really need. So at present, there's not a specific recommendation except for us to continue to work with Luke's group.
All right, thank you. Any questions? All right, we'll move on to the research group. And who lost the coin flip, Tim or Aaron?
I guess I did. So we struggle a little bit. We did talk. Well, let me start with the stuff we did cover regarding to data and research. We talked briefly about the Bayview report that was sent back from the consulting group. The data set that we were presented with as an LTAC group was really just the national data set. And there wasn't really any Texas-specific information in that mix. The coordinating board representatives did receive a separate presentation from the consultants that did have some more Texas-specific data. So they're going to go back and see if that's something that could also be shared with our group. So that's something we're considering. We were having a bit of an existential crisis in our group in terms of what is our focus and purpose right now, especially with no kind of looming data sets that are out there that we're about to collect to take a look at. So probably in an upcoming meeting, we'll be starting to take a look at maybe there's another way we can refocus our group's efforts that we can be productive in the near term. Aaron, did I miss anything? Or
Nope,
anyone else?
That covers it. Thank you, Tim.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee?
Yeah, I have a question.
Sure.
I saw the that report that was sent to us by email beforehand. And then Timothy, you mentioned it. So I didn't know if that was going to be an agenda item or how it came about. And coming back as a new member of LTAC, could you talk a little bit more about the origination of this.
Carrie, could I ask you to speak to that? You have much more depth of knowledge there than I do.
Unfortunately, Carrie has stepped out of the room.
So I'm here. I'm just trying to get my camera back on. I'm here.
Oh, there you are.
I'm in this room, not in the physical room anymore. Yeah, so that came about. We Bayview Analytics, when they did some of their national surveys, we were able to sort of oversample Texas. So last year we worked with them to send out a call for institutions to survey their administrators, faculty, and students. And so what that resulted in is we got some, I think just an oversampling of some of the Texas responses from their national survey. And so that allowed Bayview to do a little bit more analysis comparing Texas to some of their national trends. And what we were trying to discover was whether or not I had thought that Texas was sort of called out in that report, but it wasn't. So we're going to look back at the information that was shared with us previously. And because they did share sort of a Texas snapshot with us, if I recall, it did capture both the student and the faculty responses. I don't know if they got a large enough sample for the administrator, but I could be misremembering that. So we'll follow up. But that's sort of the history behind that.
Okay, thank you.
I will say I announced to the group too that we are working on getting the 2025 OER landscape survey report out. And in that report, some of the Bayview, Texas specific examples are also called out in that report summary too. So there will be some of that analysis reflected there as well.
And LTAC also helped with developing some of the questions specifically for the Bayview National Survey. Just for those who weren't here when we did that, but yeah. And Carrie, I'd like to bring to the fore something you said during our breakout session about the speed with which some of this research gets conducted and then the results disseminated isn't moving quickly enough for the results to be useful, because by the time they are, that information has changed, specifically related to AI landscape, policy development, training, those types of things. So that just want to acknowledge that challenge in our current landscape. All right, and operations, I believe, Charlene, that is you.
That is me, operations. Our operations meeting was a little different. I think the meeting was more about the concerns between receiving email, who at your institution receives the email. Is it your provost? Is it someone else? I thought only my institution was dealing with change of personnel, but sounds like a lot of us are dealing with change in personnel. So with the shaking of your heads, we're all on the same page. But with that, there's a concern. Is it filtering down to the people who really need to work on the surveys? So that was a concern that we have. Some of it is simply reach out to the coordinating board to see who the person is. I believe that when my provost changed, I sent them something saying, hey, heads up, here's the name, here's the email address. So that may be something that you could do. But also the discussion of helping the provost, edging them to know who to send it to, maybe giving some examples. But this is still coordinating board work that they would do to help kind of direct them to the right place. There's also discussion about shared services and the term Baby Lamar with Sam Houston, where they are, you have all these other institutions under you, but you're at this top level of it. And you, just like we're talking about with the campuses, these are on my one singular campus. This is where there are multiple campuses, but it still needs to go, the document that needs to be filled out still needs to go up to this top layer, almost this system level shared services place. So we talked about that. We talked about, I'll leave that one. Okay, so some of the people who they should be, their date was June. They haven't received any information from the coordinating board. So after Thanksgiving, the coordinating board is going to start sending out those letters. So those people will get their letters in December. They'll definitely get their letters in December. Some people who haven't received the letters, they're kind of doing what I call shadow organization. Shadow organization, meaning that whether you get the information or not, you're still preparing, you're still talking with who you need to talk to, so that when it does come, there's not a surprise, you're working through it. So I thought that was a great idea for that. The other big issue was people not knowing when was the last time they created their IEP. How old is it? So if you want to know, simply just reach out to the coordinating board. They will give you that information. And did I miss anything, ladies, gentlemen? I think that was the majority of it. The other thing is that Luke will definitely reach out to us, set up the meetings for the evaluations and all of that kind of thing. So that's kind of what our meeting was talked about. We were so busy talking about this stuff that we forgot to appoint an official chair for this committee. So let me put my glasses on. Is anybody going to volunteer or be voluntold? I know who I think should be the chair, co-chair of this committee. I'm just going to say, go ahead.
Yeah, just to clarify, is it chair or do we need?
Co-chair or co-chairs together. So a one and a two. So
Okay, but so
thank you for
Luke-
speaking up though.
You're welcome. I would be happy to serve as a co-chair of the committee.
Thank you. And that we were hoping you would speak up. So thank you very, very much. But that's kind of where our committee was. If there are no other announcements to be made.
All right, so actions out of that one, you have a co-chair now.
Yes.
And there were no recommendations, but you're going to meet, as Janet said, together to discuss some of the other ideas that were surfaced. I don't think we had any particular guidance coming out of these for two different templates for notification letters, just you're approved versus exemplary, but that may be something that
some that'll be discussed.
is discussed and comes back to us.
Yeah.
Yes, you said, Pam?
Yeah.
Yep.
You're muted, Pam.
That figures. I just wanted to say that today is my last LTAC meeting. I am retiring from higher ed as of December 31st after 37 years. I've been on LTAC. I think my first exposure was with Andrew's orientation and that really big binder he made us carry around about 11 or 12 years ago. And I can say this has been the single greatest resource for me throughout my career, regardless of what I was doing. I will continue to teach for the College of Education on an adjunct basis. So I'm not completely out of it yet. I'm just going back to where I started, which is with students. But I see so many familiar faces that I'm actually going to miss a great deal.
Congratulations, Pam. That is exciting news. We will miss you here. You certainly have established a legacy through your hard work, the doctoral subcommittee, and certainly with IPDE process and review. So congratulations on a great career of service, not just to your institution, but to the state and other institutions.
Thank you.
And you will be missed. So any conversations about an appointment of a replacement from Midwestern State, or is that to be determined?
I wasn't sure how that worked, so I haven't brought it up with leadership. If you want me to have someone slide into my spot to finish the time, that would be easy enough. Or I know that you guys had a lot of applicants and they were kind of a waiting list, so that's completely up to you.
We'll send an email to the provost to ask for a recommendation. Yeah.
Okay. I think I know who she'll appoint, but that sounds great.
Okay.
Great.
Thank you.
All right, so that was our work group reports. There were no recommendations for us to vote on, but we did skip over an item at the end of our coordinating board updates agenda item related to digital learning. Wait, sorry, do we have a question?
Oh, well, we've got division updates and then the student subcommittee.
I'm sorry.
Report out.
That's on another page.
Even though it didn't,
Yeah. So Esmeralda, you convene our student Advisory Group, and want to give you an opportunity to report on your work.
Yes, sir. Thank you. We met recently. We have some members that have moved on to other new opportunities, and we're very happy for them. And then also we've acquired 2 new members. One of them, his name is DJ Modisette. I hope I pronounced it correctly. And he's from Sam Houston University, where Ruth Chisholm is from. And he comes in with a plethora of experience in computer science, technology, as well as education. So very good background. And then we also have Araceli Gallegos. She's also from the San Jacinto College and comes in with a great experience on education. So we have a very good team, and we're hoping to contribute as best as possible. They are excited to be part of the subcommittee and are willing to give us their input throughout the rest of my assignment with you, and of course beyond that after I'm gone. So I really appreciate it that you guys are supporting me and supporting our subcommittee. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Esmeralda. And are you looking for additional nominations?
Pardon me?
Are you looking for additional student nominations? I know UNT had actually 2 students on there, both whom graduated. And so I don't know I know the membership is somewhat fluid because of students not being around forever, but just wanted to know if there was an opportunity for other committee members here to appoint students if they were interested.
I'm not aware of that, but I would definitely look into that. I'll be happy to go inquire a little bit more about that. So definitely.
All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And thank you. So now we'll go back to what?
Division updates.
Totally. It's the most important thing. So we saved it to right here near the end. There's a lot.
Good afternoon. Division updates for you. So since our last meeting, I just need to report out a few name changes that have gone on around here. First, personally, I'll just let you know that I changed my last name. So I just wanted to let you know that so that when you're receiving emails from Gwen Main, you know that they're legit. No other big life changes in my life other than just catching up on some administrative things, like my community. But really the more substantive name change I have to report is within our own agency. So specifically the division formerly known as Digital Learning, effective this past Tuesday, our division merged with our Division of Student Success. We are now the Student Success and Institutional Partnerships Division. We are under the direction of Assistant Commissioner. There's no longer an interim there. So I know that everyone joins me in congratulating Assistant Commissioner Carrie Gitz, who will be leading our new division. So
she's not still on the call.
are you not sure? She had to go. Oh,
Oh.
I'm glad it's recorded. But just to also assure you that under the new name change and the merging of divisions, as far as our support to LTAC, you should expect no changes in that at all. Always a high priority for our group. I will reiterate that as I go through changes here, updates here, especially calls to action or references to links or websites, that will be included in the post meeting email that incorporates all of those things that you'll be expecting to see is from other parts of the meeting, so that you don't have to spend a lot of time taking notes as you listen to our updates. Agency-wide, we held our committee and board meetings at the end of October. There were no substantive items on the agenda directly pertaining to digital learning or LTAC specifically, but I did want to call out the major policy discussion. The materials for that are on the website for your reference. In October's meeting, it was to focus on the announcing of the STAR Awards winners. So I mentioned the STAR Awards in our last meeting in that these awards celebrate institutions that are advancing the state's post-secondary goals under our strategic plan, which is Building a Talent Strong Texas. There are 3 award categories: student success, workforce education, and career development and transitions. And I just wanted to call out Lone Star College and University of Texas Arlington for student success, that award category, South Plains College and the University of Texas at San Antonio for career transitions, and then MD Anderson Cancer Center for workforce. Those institutions will be further recognized at the Higher Edge conference that our agency puts on in December. But again, there are references to the awards, the winners, and the work that they're doing posted to the agency website under the board meeting materials. So speaking of Higher Edge, so Higher Edge 2025, that's the coordinating board's annual conference, and that's taking place just around the corner, literally in Austin, but also December 8th through 10th. The theme is From Classroom to Career, A Future-Ready Texas. There is a web page dedicated to the event for registration and everything else you'd want to know as far as schedule, if you're interested and able to attend. As far as our division and our activities, our Texas Digital Learning Week took place, our 3rd annual Texas Digital Learning Week took place earlier this month, November 3rd through the 7th. We opened the week with some division portfolio highlights and shout outs to the good work that is going on across the state with regard to high quality digital learning. And we hosted 2 information sessions for host institutions. And that's part of our Digital Learning Summit. I'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment. And then we closed the week with a webinar that was focused on our 5-year anniversary of OER Texas, so the state's OER repository. We had guests to help tell the origin story of OER Texas, and then we had a panel of OER grant awardees that shared how their work is being changed and helping to change the OER landscape across Texas. The Texas Digital Learning Week Hub is available in OER Texas, so you can still go and see the recordings from that event. I highly recommend. Texas Conference on Student Success took place at the end of October 29th through the 31st. That is a conference that is supported by what was previously known as just the Division of Student Success at the agency. It was hosted by UT Austin this year with the theme of Charting Brighter Futures, Igniting Stellar Student Achievement through Resilience and Innovation. That event had close to 700 attendees present with 214 presenters. And then one thing I love about this conference is even though it is the Texas Conference on Student Success, there's always quite a following from outside the state. So this year we had registrants joining us from Washington, D.C., Florida, Hawaii, Illinois, Iowa, Louisiana, Massachusetts, Michigan, New York, Utah, and Washington. So what a place to connect with colleagues doing similar work. Dr. Archie Holmes who is the Executive Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs at the University of Texas System, opened the event with a keynote. Our own Dr. Wynn Rosser, Commissioner for the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board, provided a lunchtime keynote. And then Kyle Clark, Assistant Dean for Advising and Director of Student Support in the Moody College of Communication at the University of Texas, Austin, closed the event with a student panel. Next year, the conference moves to Texas State University in San Marcos. It'll be earlier, October 7th through the 9th. All right, just to shift a little bit to some open educational resources activities that our division is focused on. Just a grant update. Our OER grant program grantees for round 4 have submitted OER for the grant project and are now teaching and using resources from their grant project. This includes the first RFA, if you remember, and then the workforce courses that were funded as part of a second RFA. Grantees have also been invited to join a community of practice, which we will begin in spring to support their OER work. And then we're also working on the RFA for the 5th round of this grant project, which we anticipate releasing the first part of 2026. Our OER Fellowship and OER Texas 101 academies are in play. These are professional development opportunities that are part of an application process. Our fellowship program aims to support mentor relationships for OER use, creation, and capacity building at institutions and statewide. Our year 2 fellows are underway currently, as is our OER Texas 101 Academy, where we filled 75 spots. That group has completed 2 of the 3 meetings of their program and will conclude this December. I think it was mentioned, our OER landscape survey activities and report are currently in progress, and we're still on track to publish the report later this fall. So to wrap up OER activities, let me promote 2 other community of practice events that we're actively recruiting for, actually. So we would look at launching these also in spring of 2026. One is for a group to come together to focus on the topic of OER peer review specifically. This COP will focus on engaging in shared learning, dialogue, and activities centered on effective practices for evaluating OER. And that includes topics like quality assurance frameworks, review practices, discipline-specific considerations, and also strategies for maintaining peer-reviewed OER in teaching and learning. So the sustainability pieces. Educators with an interest in collaborative professional learning and a specific interest in peer review and quality assurance in OER are encouraged to apply. And prior OER experience isn't necessary. What we're really looking for is curiosity, engagement, and a willingness to learn together on the topic. There is a second COP that we're talking through and coordinating, and that has to do with OER course marking. This COP, we're looking to get folks together from institutions, and we see this as somewhat multidisciplinary in the sense that institution representatives from across the institution that have had success or early wins in course marking. So the idea is to recognize that cross-institutional work that's required to do this well, because it's not easy, but also to collect stories and any established processes and procedures that have served institutions well in getting course marking efforts off the ground. If this describes you or you have other colleagues, we would be interested in talking with you about learning more. Okay. So calendar marking, I mentioned Higher Edge, that's December 8th through the 10th. I mentioned next year's Texas Conference on Student Success, that's October 7th through the 9th. And just a shout out to my people already on this call who have mentioned the Digital Learning Summit multiple times. Thank you. Our division is looking to host the 4th Digital Learning Summit. That'll be February 10th and 11th in 2026 with this year's theme, The Power of Practice, Transforming Experience into Innovation. Last year, we had close to 1,000 registrants, so that's what we're going for. Call for proposals have closed. We're actively reviewing those now, and we anticipate sending acceptance emails and the full schedule of events the beginning of December. Also, you can see past summit recordings and archived materials in dedicated hubs for digital learning, previous digital learning summits in OER Texas. I mentioned host institutions earlier, so this is something that ties directly with our summit. They are meant to enhance the virtual summit experience. Texas institutions are invited to host campus, what we call idea exchanges. And these are meant to be flexible events that are on-site, hybrid, or virtual. or a combination of that can be as simple as a small gathering of like-minded peers or as large as a conference hall or anything in between. And the idea is that idea exchanges are meant to offer a dynamic platform to extend the discussions that we're having as part of the DL Summit. It just so happens that the interest form, all you need is interest at this point to be a part of the host institution project. That interest form closes today. But Marianne Maddox, who is a program director in our division, is our point of contact. So she is our person. Should you be interested in learning more and participating as a host institution, we hope you will. And then as part of my last update, as part of the Digital Learning Summit specific to planning, we are considering a panel discussion from institutional representatives to share stories from your institution about transformation and innovation. And I cordially extend this invitation to all of you, our members of the LTAC, as first invitation. So I will send an interest form link as part of our follow-up email, should you be interested in potentially serving on a panel as part of our DL Summit in February to tell stories of transformation and innovation at your institution. And I always close, you know I do, with the LTAC Student Subcommittee, one of the bright spots in my life. We have a nomination form that I will never close. If you have someone, a student that you'd like to nominate to be part of our LTAC Student Subcommittee, we would love to have them. So just consider a student that you would like to nominate to be part of our discussions. They add such a valuable voice to all of the work that we do. So I will close with that. That concludes our Division of Student Success and Institutional Partnerships update.
Is that all? That was a lot of news. So I trust much of this will appear in this digest we're gonna get.
I'm gonna start WOB.
Oh, so something I've mentioned in the past, I'd love to still see it come to fruition, is this is great information. The other things that we're going to be circulating among our membership, but they also seem to have value to other people who maybe they've served in this capacity before. Maybe they just have that type of role at their own institutions, that there be some type of newsletter or circulating important findings or what's going on with us to that community. I know that we have identified we being the coordinating board staff, the individuals who are responsible for online learning at individual institutions, to just have a way to disseminate what's going on. So if they're not in these meetings personally or have a representative, they can still benefit from much of the thought leadership that occurs here.
Absolutely. That's come up a couple of times actually, and it's really good timing because obviously with something like a merger of two established divisions into one, there's a lot of strategizing, communication plan types of work to think through, and a newsletter has come up more than once.
Well, I will leave that in your capable hands. All right, so we are at the point where we would discuss any future agenda items. And unless there are any questions, sorry, didn't want to skip over that. Are there any questions for Dr. Main? All right, so the next item is discussing any future agenda items and our meeting calendar. Of course, we have scheduled our meetings out, the 3 remaining quarterly meetings for the rest of the year, so you should have those. But do want to invite you to suggest any future agenda items. I would like to go ahead and proactively say that we will include AI in higher education as a topic again. I thought that was a very robust conversation and we just the tip of the iceberg. So we will include that. Are there other items besides those that we have as standing updates that you would like to suggest?
Do we need anything specific on the recommendations from A2I, or will that be a call out under the larger?
It'll be under THCB updates as a committee. Yeah. All right, hearing none. If you have some that come up before we build that agenda, please send them my way or to Dr. Main, Well, we will make sure those are included. And with that, I just want to thank everybody. We did go almost to time today till 1:30. So thank you for your seat time with us, but moreover with your brain time with us. We appreciate you so much for hanging in there and for contributing to this. Pam, we're gonna miss you. Just want to say again, so happy for you. Known you a long time for when we were doing the two-way video thing back in the
27 years, Patrick.
the last millennium, I guess we could say it was. 98, 99. So yeah, but again, so happy for you. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Hope you have a great weekend and enjoy some time off with family and friends over Thanksgiving. And we'll see you again in February. Thank you all.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Bye, everyone.